Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a Pepper thing.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Doug, I'm starting to think we're the only ones in the building.
It feels that way. It feels that way.
This is
that
live?
shows just how important we are.
It doesn't feel that way. It's the case.
It is that way. If you walk up and down the hallways of Hubbard Radio, the great mothership here in St. Louis, Doug, a lot of studios with just it has kind of a best of vibe, just ringing out the door. And yet here we sit. A texter at 6:59. Where's Tim? Tim's out
that's what
today.
they always say. Where's Tim?
Where's Tim?
You can't do a best of show when the Cardinals have acquired Hunter Dobbins.
Right.
and a couple of minor leaguers. We must come on and discuss it.
In fact, we were in best of mode, and then last night it was about 6:50. Jackson texted me and said, "We're going live."
Yeah. It was like the Wilson Contreras thing was starting to happen, and the bat signal went up in the air, and we all hustled out like a fire station down a pole. Got our take mittens on.
Emergency pod.
Yeah, and we all came flying in here.
Scratch all the plans. The boys will be here. We're actually going to be here today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. And then next week will be the skeleton on steroids, because next week will be a best of extravaganza. It is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Papers, Jackson, Bennett, Burkett at the controls on this Monday. We've got a lot to get to, Doug. I hate when people say that.
Yeah.
But we actually do.
A lot of loose ends to tie up.
We do.
A lot of opinions to float out there.
My favorite is when the host will go through everything they have to get to. And you spend about 10 minutes with what we need to get to.
Instead of getting to it?
Okay. And then you take a break. Or you spend 5 minutes talking about what's coming up this week.
Oh.
And then you're in your car listening and say, but I'm listening right now. I'm listening right now. So you do need to know, though, that Chris Kerber's coming up and Gabe DeArmond with things to talk about. The Blues had a good weekend. Mizzou's got the bowl game. You guys are going down to Jacksonville. That's on Saturday. Papers, you are headed down for the Gator Bowl. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll be boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
Yeah. No, that's not the case.
How much would they have to pay you to go down there?
It'd be probably pretty fun.
Once you got there, it's the hassle of getting there and getting back that would be the
like
rub.
A private jet would be perfect.
Yeah.
Go to the game.
Yeah, it'd be sweet. And then roll out afterwards. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't think I've ever been to a bowl game. I don't know why I said think. I definitely have not been.
Well, you'll have to get that taken care of.
I'll wait till the college football playoff. That's what I want. That's what I'll save up my capital for.
Don't say cap.
Big one. If you go to any bowl game, if it was not your team, wouldn't it be the Rose Bowl?
All day.
And then this year you have Indiana, Bama, so it's even perfect. That's
good.
The game.
That'd be so
That's
good.
just the game right there. A lot to get to on this Monday. As stated here, TMA, the morning after, you can text in. You already know that, though. The Air Comfort Service text line is 399-9646. Phone lines. Doug, let's have a wide-open phone line.
Okay, clear the line. Clear them out. Whoever's on there, go home. Clear the lines. We should be okay now, Martin.
Okay.
Martin, how do you prefer I let you know if we have a caller?
That's a great question. Can you text?
Can we just tap you on
up a
just
note?
throw it at the back of my head.
Just tap you on the shoulder and whisper in your ear.
We have a caller.
Yeah, why don't you just chime in? Feel free. Chairman, just feel free to chime in. Hey, Bill from Baldwin, line 2. Susie and Sullivan's on line 3. Okay, thanks.
Do you guys like the fact that it's going to be 70 degrees on Christmas, or do you want snow and the whole Christmas Eve vibe around you?
It's a good question. I think the nice day and like being able to hang out outside is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think in your mind, the white Christmas thing is cool, but then you have to deal with snow on Christmas, and that also kind of sucks. Like shoveling the driveway on Christmas, no thanks.
No good.
Yeah. So I'll take 70.
With all the coming and going, you got to do.
Right.
In and out of the car.
Oh, yeah.
However, I feel like we've been saying for a week how warm it's going to be. Is it freezing ass cold every morning when you leave the house?
Yeah. Doesn't
Still
matter.
is, yeah.
I keep hearing, it's going to be so warm. Oh, my God, it's unseasonably warm.
Yeah.
And then I leave the house and I'm freezing every day. I'm freezing. That's why I'm dressed like a dock worker, because I'm a little bit frozen out the door. Doug's question, here we go, load it up. Do you like it cold on Christmas, or do you prefer the 70s? Here's my bonus question. Are you working, or are you pretending to work? Because some people say, I'm working, but you're not really. This is a big pretend work week. Doug, you take some calls, make a couple of stops.
Right.
Present company not excluded, right? Or not included.
Not excluded.
Present company not included.
Not included.
Right.
I think generally, if
we're
you're
working.
Yeah, we're grinding.
Generally, if you're working, maybe not us, but generally, if you have to work on Christmas Eve, you've got a really important job.
Right.
You're a first responder or healthcare worker or something like that.
We had a news anchor. This is only a couple of years ago, and Chuck Marl and I would still talk about it. She sent out a post on Christmas Eve because she was on the anchor desk, Doug, getting an opportunity to anchor. And she said, shout out to all of us necessary workers who are in position.
Necessary.
And I was thinking, I don't know, hospital workers, law enforcement, maybe not reading a prompter at 6 p.m. While
Probably
eating
not
some of
that
the cookies in the break room. Maybe
Working for the
not.
Two Fox is more prestigious than getting a PhD.
It's the Chuckster. Yeah. Sounds like the Chuckster with a cold, though.
Yeah.
As far as Charlie AI. I got to tell you, I was sick for about a week and a half, got better, felt great. My wife got sick, and now I feel fine, but there's something in my throat. I just can't. One of those.
Yeah,
Like you think your dad's mad at you, and he goes,
It's all these Christmas parties. You're hanging out with people
I
inside.
don't think I've been to any parties.
Supposedly it's going to be a bad flu season.
Yeah.
It already is, I think.
Yeah, they say it's not too late to get a vaccine, but I haven't done it yet. You guys going to get a flu vaccine?
Got one.
I kind of like just roll
It's
the
a
dice.
tough call. I do too.
It's just
when I
roll
don't
the dice.
And when I don't get sick, my wife's like, well, what were you thinking? I said, a couple Manhattans, I'll be fine.
that'll cure you.
That's always the
When
plan.
you feel fine, it's hard to get a shot of any kind.
Right.
Because you think, well, I'm fine. I'll fight it off.
And then 3 weeks later, you're in bed
or
with
maybe an hour later.
102 fever, wishing you did it.
Doug from the 618, I work on Christmas Eve, and I'm a beer truck driver. There you go. Talk about essential workers.
Absolutely.
Now, where would all the beer have to go on New Year's Eve?
I guess to
Hopefully,
the bars.
hopefully it's already
You would-
gotten there.
yeah,
Are
you
the
would-
bars even open on Christmas Eve?
I think Christmas
Christmas
Eve,
Eve,
I mean,
yeah.
they probably cut off at a certain point.
Yeah, they're probably like closed at 10 or something.
Yeah. Okay. I would just hope you could have gotten it delivered before then.
Yeah, maybe
I
like
guess
some
I got it
extras.
delivered every day, probably.
Guys, I'm pretending to work from home. Great opportunity to catch up on laundry and clean the house. By the way, where's Tim?
Well, Tim's on vacation.
Okay.
How many times will we have to say that over 4 hours?
Ironhead is sending a picture of his job site. Looks like they're getting some work done. Good morning, boys. I'm out here this week working the rod patch. Love the show. Merry Christmas. He's working on a rod patch.
What is that?
I don't know, but it's a giant
Don't just
pile.
say rod patch, listener, and then expect us to know what that means.
Well, he's got a name. It's Ironhead. Call it Ironhead.
A rod
Tell us about your rod patch.
In my mind, it's just where some people grow lead pipes. Like lead pipes are growing out.
You want me to fill you guys in?
Please.
Oh, here we go.
It's a construction job that involves like tying rebar.
Oh.
So like a major, like I would think like on the highway, right? When
Yeah,
they're
that
putting
makes
down a
sense.
big stretch of highway. I'm working Christmas Eve, airline pilot, but I'll get home Christmas morning. There you go.
Yeah,
That's
no,
folksy. They write songs about that.
Again, an extremely important job.
Yeah.
I like when the pilot is on your plane, but he's just traveling. I always feel like that's like a bullpen guy. You know, kind of see him.
Get
It just
warmed
makes
up.
me kind of feel good.
Is that called deadhead? Is that what they call it?
sorry?
I think that's what it's called, a deadhead pilot. Which sounds like a slur, but I don't think it is.
Yeah. He likes the Grateful Dead.
Airline pilot traveling as a passenger, often in uniform. Just buckets. Never doubt yourself.
Hold on,
kid.
you just gave yourself a pat on the
Yeah,
back.
absolutely.
How do you think you do as a passenger if they called and said, excuse me, we've got a medical emergency with the pilot. Can anyone here land this plane?
Like the plot of Airplane?
Right. If you were the last one standing, the last one with any hope, how do you
No.
think you do?
Poorly. You see how many buttons and levers there are up there?
Yeah.
I think if I had somebody in my ear, I could do it.
It's a lot of pressure.
I think I'd be like, who was it? Was it Lloyd? Who was the...
Bridges? Lloyd Bridges?
Yeah, sweating buckets. Just like,
Yeah, that would be me.
guys are working on Christmas. Freight don't stop just because Santa comes to town. That's from the part-time Nebraska fan.
Freight don't stop. I don't think it counts working today. A lot of people are working today and probably tomorrow.
But these folks have taken it to the next level. They're telling us if they're working Christmas Eve or Christmas Day.
Okay.
My theory is, and the roads will be a little quiet this morning, but a lot of folks, depending on what your industry is, you kind of say, yeah, I'm going to go into the office for a little bit. And you literally move a few things around.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, how are you? How's the family? And then you're seen and you're out that door.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, I'm a dairy farmer. Cows get milked every day of the year.
Yeah.
We've got
Sure,
dairy
that's true.
farmers listening to this program.
Oh, yeah.
We have a lot of just man of the people, women of the people. Sorry, Doug, that was offensive.
Yeah.
People of the people.
I suppose there are dairy farmers around here.
Oh, yeah.
I guess there are. Not sure I've
How's
ever
your
seen
yield?
one, but
Sure. Bovine.
Guys, I'm out
what do
here.
you mean, sure, bovine?
Was that like a
That's just
hashtag
a
bovine?
species.
Well, I know, but they're here. They're clearly here. Like,
Okay, I
we
just
got
don't know
them.
that the word bovine was necessary.
You gave me a segment title here in the first 10 minutes of the show.
Sure, comma, bovine.
Yep.
Do we have any horses in the St. Louis area? Of course, equine. It just doesn't make sense.
Made sense in my mind.
Doug, we're living in a hashtag generation. So
Do you have a
everything just
dog?
needs a
Yes,
hashtag.
canine. You could literally do that with every animal.
Maybe I will.
Okay.
If it's brought up, I'll just bring up the Latin term for it.
Hey, you guys got any fish? Hashtag aquarium.
Yeah, marine life.
Guys out here bringing holiday cheer in the form of sweet, sweet Dr. Pepper. These fats in St. Chuck and Wentzville can't live without it. So we got somebody delivering the Dr. P.
Mark's got 2 giant bottles of water next to him like he's about to climb the Himalayas.
Well, there was like 2 for $4 or something.
Yeah,
I
sure.
might as well have one in the chamber.
Right.
But it's a big show. You got to
like
wet
it.
your hashtag H2O.
It's like you're a scuba pack over there.
I want to go back to, what was it, bovine?
Yeah.
Shout out to all the cows listening.
Shout out to, if you're a cow listening, text in.
But if you listen to Mizzou football, you would think we're just more of an agricultural, just kind of corn yield, soybean, big soy.
Did you
As
say
opposed
Mizzou
to-
football? Tiger, feline.
Yeah. Chip Lindsay, welcome.
See, now you get it. Did you just weave in a shout out to the new OC?
Yeah, Chip Lindsay.
Who came from Michigan to be the Mizzou offensive coordinator, even though his new head coach is leaving to go to Michigan. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, the swap maybe.
I think if you're an assistant in Michigan, you're probably scrambling to get out of there right about now.
No, certainly taking calls, I would say.
Yeah.
And clearly, because Chip Lindsay is,
Bailing.
yeah.
I think if I was the athletic director at Michigan, I might just at this point pick who my favorite coordinator is. So you got the job for the next year until all this calms down, and then we'll go through another coaching cycle next year and see if we can get somebody who we really want.
It's got to be Biff.
Poggi.
Biff Poggi.
Biff Poggi. Their interim at the moment. Yeah.
I would love to see him in a cutoff Michigan shirt, just the new Michigan man.
Why the cutoff shirt?
Well, he was doing that at Charlotte. He kind of popped off there because he's a larger gentleman out there with no sleeves on.
Like Zeke style cutoff? Like what Ezekiel Elliott was
More
wearing?
of the arms, I think.
Yeah,
okay,
not
gotcha.
a crop top.
Got it.
More
More
of
Bill
the-
Belichick style.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Chip Lindsay, North Carolina before Belichick.
Drake May,
Developed.
quarterback Patriots. They beat the Ravens. Let's talk NFL. Hashtag pigskin.
Did you say pigskin? Poor sign.
I like this is kind of word association. Let's get the kids together after we open presents. Let's play some games. And then the kids give dad the middle finger.
Yeah. Yeah, they're on the hearth.
Board games,
I'm
jackass.
playing Xbox.
What's more difficult, piloting a jumbo jet or getting good sound on a TMA remote? Boy, that's from a new bowl eligible. That's a
There's
callback.
a lot more autumn. Like, yeah, they really do it for you.
There's a
on
lot
the
of
Jets.
crashing in both.
Yeah.
It's really hard to play 2 shows at once on one signal.
See,
but we
once you get
tried.
a jet up in the air, though, I feel like you can hit autopilot, whereas if you get the TMA remote up in the air, that's just the beginning.
Being up in the air would be the least of your problems. It's the landing that might be tough.
Yeah.
Guys, Clinton County, huge dairy. Although it came in as diary. But maybe they've got a big diary about the dairy.
People writing
Think about it.
diaries about milk.
Guys, I'm not a dairy farmer, but I'd milk Doug. Oh, okay, that's it.
That's enough. That is enough. It's plenty.
It's the holiday season.
Shut up, Doug.
Clean it up. Doug, what's the
Hurtful.
lead today? We got a Cardinal trade. We got a Blues big win over the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champions. College football playoff, the quarterfinals are now set. It's Braggin Rights tonight for you Tiger Geeks. Mizzou, Illinois, 7 o'clock tip at the Enterprise Center. Who do you think leads that all-time series, Doug?
Illinois, I think probably handily.
Yeah, all-time 35-20
Yeah.
in St. Louis, 28-15.
Yeah, it's not very close.
We got Wilson Contreras. The Cardinals and Red Sox are swapping rosters, Doug. We're taking the Pawtucket roster or wherever the hell their AAA team is, or single A.
And they're taking our
And they're
major
taking
league.
our veteran team.
Well, the Redbirds have to do it. I know that. And if you're going to build, you might as well stockpile as many promising arms as you can. That's clearly the plan here. And they got rid of a big salary, most of it. So that makes sense, too. What is painful is that the Cardinals have now shipped off their best pitcher and their best hitter without a whole lot of major league ready talent to show for it in return. So a team that was pretty bad last year has gotten considerably worse, at least on paper so far.
It's amazing because I think most people knew it was coming. Hey, we're going to trade guys. Hey, it makes sense. Start over instead of just treading water every year, patching it. I think most people understood that was the plan. But what I'm starting to see now, and I'm amazed, is more people are saying, oh, my God, what are the DeWitts thinking? This team's terrible. They're going to be all... I think it's starting to hit home how this is a clear rebuild, tear down, whatever you call it. And I think a Cardinal fan base for 30 years that's been competitive in the mix and sometimes really good is starting to realize, oh, my God, this is real. We're not going to have star players. Hopefully some of these young guys become stars. But Hunter Dobbins, welcome to town. Welcome to the rotation. And you look it up, Doug, he tore his ACL last year, but
Good.
He's on the mend.
I see CBS Sports gave both the Cardinals and Red Sox a grade of an A for the trade. That made good sense for both of them. So if that helps at all, I'm sure it doesn't.
So they get Hunter Dobbins.
Who made his Major League debut.
Against the Cardinals. I think that was the Miles Michaelis game where he gave up like 42 runs.
Yeah, it was a doubleheader.
And then we had Michaelis on that week, and I said, so what's it like to give up 42 runs? Hunter Dobbins, who was drafted when Chaim Bloom was with the Red Sox, and there's a new rule that Bloom can only trade with Boston.
That's right.
Sonny Gray went to the Red Sox. Last summer, Steven Matz went to the Red Sox. Who was the guy they got in return? I should know this. I wrote it down last night. For Steven Matz. He had a great name.
Blaze Jordan.
Blaze Jordan.
First baseman.
Yeah.
They got Richard Fitz last a couple of weeks ago in the Sonny Gray deal. When Hunter Dobbins went on the IL last summer, the Red Sox called up Richard Fitz.
Yeah.
It all goes back to the Red Sox. We also got Yoiker Fajardo.
I wasn't going to try to pronounce
Casa
it.
Fajardo.
Casa Gallardo's coming this way.
The last name is, I believe, Fajardo. Although in St. Louis, it would probably be, hey, Fajardo, try throw strikes, Fajardo.
How would Shannon pronounce it?
Mr. Fajardo into the game. But his first name is Yhoiker. So have at it.
Buh.
Have at it.
It's a normal spelling on Yokier.
There's a big Y out there. Yoiker Fajardo. But he's a young guy. Doug, we like upside.
Well, yeah, just hope to have it. I think historically about 1 in 3 prospects makes it to the major leagues, something like that.
So it's a numbers. I really do think it's a numbers game at this point. Just compile as many a lot of pitching too, and just hope to heck some of these guys pay off. Poor Nolan Arenado is going, oh my God, am I still there? He's still... There's no way he's going to be on the team, but for now, he doesn't have a home. Do the Red Sox need Nolan Arenado?
Yeah, I mean, geez.
Package deal. But so far in the 2 trades between Sonny Gray and Wilson Contreras now, they've saved about $53 million in money that they owed. I think if you're a fan, you're saying, okay, well, where's that money going? Is that part of the whole stockpiling the minor leagues? Do we need that money to fix what was wrong in the minor leagues, or is it just offsetting the fact that nobody's going to go to the games, Doug?
I would hope that they spend it on somebody. They've got to bring in some player.
Dustin May, former Red Sox.
They got to get somebody that the fan base can kind of get excited about, don't they? I mean, they can't put a team out there that's going to finish 30 or 35 games out of first place and expect to draw flies at Busch Stadium. That won't cut it. You got to get somebody in here that people want to follow and get excited about. And who do they have right now?
Brendan Donovan.
Well, he's going to get traded too.
There you go.
So you're going to lose Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras, Brendan Donovan, and Nolan Arenado, and expect the fans to show up excited because you got some guys in the minor leagues now? That's not going to happen.
Embrace the kids. Who is, and Chairman I don't have in front of me, and papers I don't have it in front of me, but other than Arenado, who would the oldest player on the roster be? Maybe like a Newt or a Donovan at this point. Would anybody be over? Is JoJo Romero 30? I'm trying to think. So they have definitely done what they said they were going to do, which is get younger and look for prospects. I will say this about Contreras, man. He was fun to have around. My concern, Doug, from a media standpoint, when you lose players like even Sonny Gray, he could be kind of weird in his sound bites, which is good for us. I'm a little concerned that they're going to be bad and boring.
Yeah.
At least Contreras would throw a hissy fit every once in a while.
It's a really bad combination. Newt's got some personality.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Newt, we need you healthy because we need your sound bites.
Yeah. Yeah. This could be really painful. And it doesn't feel like they've got guys that are ready to be stars in another year or two. They've just kind of got guys that Boston, a team that wants desperately to be in contention and win the thing, feel like they can do without.
I think it's the secondary players that they've picked up. Like, was it Brandon Clark, the young lefty, and now this Mr. Fajardo that has potential. But again, that's a roll of the dice. Guys are going to bring on Kyle Tucker on a 10-year deal. Just wait for it. It's happening.
Looks like, JoJo at 29 would be the oldest player after Arenado. Yep. A couple guys in they're 28, but JoJo at 29 or Riley O'Brien at 30.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Former Red Sox.
Bullpen's old.
Guys, Wheelhouse finally closing as a direct result of all of our sports betting garbage over the last few years, at least the final nail. I didn't know how sports betting affected Wheelhouse. Did you see that, Papers?
Yes, I did.
Your former hangout shutting down. Is that a false narrative?
The fake narrative was I was dancing by myself at Tin Roof.
Okay.
Not true.
It was at Wheelhouse.
It wasn't Wheelhouse either.
Oh.
But it's sad to see, man.
I remember Wheelhouse when it was the spot to go to downtown.
It was up until it still was.
And people just stopped going? They must have. Huh?
I can't.
Is it just a young, and I'm not asking you to be the Wheelhouse expert.
Yeah.
But considering the dais, was it a younger person's hangout?
For sure.
And a late night?
Yeah. You go
Were
to
they
the
open
party.
till like 3?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure.
What place needs to be open till 3?
There's places.
I
that
know,
are-
but at 2 a.m. you're like, God, if I could just have one more drink. If I could just,
I mean,
I just need one more.
People want to drink.
2:30.
But I think the owner said the declining Cardinal attendance had something to do with it.
Sure.
And security concerns had something to do with it. They had a few incidents outside of there. I'm sure Ballpark Village is formidable competition.
Yeah.
I would hope they would at least maybe relocate because the inside of the bar was beautiful.
Yeah, really nice.
People loved it. I hope they don't just shut down completely and go home. I would like to see them try it again in maybe a better location.
Sure.
There's not going to be much left downtown here at the rate we're going.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Doug, Boston's trying to win now. St. Louis is trying to win in the future. Come on, bro.
Well, thanks for that clarification.
Come on,
I had
bro.
no idea. I had no idea. You know what? You just got suspended for that
Wow,
comment.
that's
Stupid
Ironhead. He's
comment.
out there working.
No, good for you.
He
Doug.
just
Who was
sent us a picture of Rebar.
was it?
Ironhead.
Ironhead, sorry.
Yes. He's
Your
working
stupid
hard and
take.
texting pictures.
Got yourself suspended a period of 2 days' time, thinking
For
I didn't
what?
realize Boston was trying to win,
bro.
and the Cardinals were building. Ironhead, you got yourself suspended a period of 2 days' time, but keep laying that rebar.
I don't think the Red Sox fans are that excited, though. Like, hey, we got Contreras. Okay. Hey, we got Sonny Gray. Okay.
Well, I think they should be. Sonny Gray is a solid pitcher. He'll be probably number 2 in their rotation. Contreras going to be their probably everyday first baseman.
I bet it hit a lot of doubles off that green monster.
He will. Yeah, they improved themselves quite a bit by only giving up, some fringe major league talent and minor leaguers. They got to do a lot to hang with Toronto and the Yankees.
Well, the Yankees aren't doing anything. Yankee fans are pissed that the Red Sox are active. Welcome to Stepdad Life, Cardinal fans. Enjoy the kids that aren't yours. How about that? So the Cardinals are embracing a stepdad life. Let's see. Gorman's about as boring as you can get. So now we're going to go with my premise. Who do you like? Not at the plate, but at the mic.
Who's your go-to interview?
But this Weatherholt better be a star. A lot of pressure.
He seemed like he was pretty good when we talked to him
Yeah.
in spring training.
Absolutely.
For sure.
But it's hard for a rookie to step up and be the mouthpiece for the team. That doesn't usually work.
If you were going to buy a jersey right now, not you necessarily, Doug. You're not a jersey guy, are you?
Not really. No, it looks kind of weird.
But
if
it
you're an
is
old
The
guy.
Vaughn on
If
back.
you're weird. If you're an old guy wearing a kid's jersey,
But like, if you're a kid getting a Cardinals jersey, is there only one option?
Pozo.
Well, yeah,
It's
besides
only,
him,
It's
though.
only Pozo.
I think Wynn is going to be here
That's
for a
the one
while.
I'm thinking. Like, if I
Yeah.
couldn't see getting another jersey besides Mason Wynn.
He'd be the safe bet.
Herrera.
But Ivan Herrera can hit. I don't know if he can catch, but he can hit. So look, Doug, now here's your lineup. You got Ivan
Okay.
Herrera in the middle, hitting somewhere.
All right.
He's got some. You got Mason Wynn somewhere in there. Burleson somewhere in there.
Is Burleson going to be the first sacker?
First baseman, first sacker,
Probably.
sure. So I got Wynn, Burley, Herrera.
Weatherholt at third.
Well, probably
I
at
don't know if he's
second.
when he's going to get here.
I bet Gorman will be at third.
I think
Weatherholt
you're going to
at
see
second.
Gorman Walker part 3, 4.
Yeah. After 5 or 6 years, we'll decide if they're any good or not.
Young Green center field.
Newton right.
Newton
Probably
left.
Newton left,
Newton
Walker.
left.
I think
right.
it was
Yeah.
Newt, Scott, Walker. Third base, Gorman. Wynn, Weatherholt.
Yeah.
Burley, Herrera. There you go.
Raise the banner.
Let's go. What do you think, Doug?
Sounds
Let's
like
go.
a winner. Sounds like a fifth-place team to me.
That's not fair.
Well, it is. We've seen it 2 of the last 3 years, haven't we?
Yeah, but so.
Enough
Bovine.
about the Cardinals. Jackson, what's it like getting beat up by Jamie Rivers? We've already discussed that. That was on Friday's show. That's from Tim's offshore bookie.
You know, something important with that video is people know this is I'm wearing a pretty loose sweater, and it's real easy to grab onto. And Jamie Rivers, you know, great build, great physique. Clearly, it was roughing me around. Tough to grab a man who's wearing a shirt that tight. You know,
You were built to score, and he was built to scrap.
I couldn't really
His
grab
tight
hold.
shirt caused you not to get
I
in a
couldn't.
good
I was just
lick.
grabbing hunks of flesh. You know, I couldn't do it. I couldn't get the grip on the shirt.
You grab chunks of his flesh.
No, I just he's got the shirt's tight.
So you couldn't get a piece of the shirt.
Shirt's tight. Couldn't grab it.
Why is Jackson laughing at Martin's dumb jokes like he's a tickle me Elmo? That's from Quamain Vayukas IV.
Because it's funny. How about you?
It
How about
seems to
you?
be-
How about you enjoy some things? In
Have
life?
some holiday cheer.
How about you get that scowl off your face and smile?
Yeah, and your Billikens are 11-1. What are you so
God.
stressed about?
This said something that was funny to me. You laugh too hard. Whatever. What a loser
Oh,
test
this one
that
got
is.
you a little bit.
Could you imagine
Landed the jab
Can you
there.
imagine? Oh, look at you having fun, you loser. What?
I think it was more about a shot at me.
Well, that's
Another
wrong
dumb
too. 'Cause it was
joke.
funny.
Dumb joke. The rebuild team will be terrible next year, and then Ollie will get fired. Is that all part of the plan? That's from the Baldwin Bandit. I do think he is being handed
Right.
a losing hand.
Yeah, good luck with that roster.
So at the end of the year, they say, Ollie, we don't understand. This team is, 25 games under 500. And he's like, exactly.
It could be that they just have the smallest payroll they can put together this year, so that
Get to the lockout.
get to the lockout and not have to owe somebody $30 million a year. That
Doug,
doesn't appear to be the plan.
Doug, it's the holiday season. That's not me saying that. This is a text from the X in Espresso. Can we please let Mike Lee call in? We haven't heard from him in a long time. Did you ban Mike Lee from calling in?
No, I didn't.
He's always welcome to call in.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing.
We had a couple calls that didn't go especially well.
With Mike.
But I don't think he's been banned.
No. Of course
He was at the Dotem.
Yeah, he sure was.
In fact, we could have him call in. Where's Tim? All right, we do need to break. Believe it or not, Doug, we're running behind already. It's the Christmas week edition of TMA. We are live. We are live and local. Well, that's why we're breaking down this Cardinal trade. We'll get to our NFL thoughts and our new power rankings. We'll do that in a little bit. We'll talk Blues with Chris Kerber. Some Mizzou thoughts. Braggin Rights tonight at Enterprise Center. Anybody going to the game? Nobody's going to the game? I'd be in the studio tonight. But we've got Braggin Rights Mizzou and the Illini latest edition. Brad Underwood, what do you think he is, Papers? 8 games in the Braggin Rights. What do you think Brad Underwood's record is?
4-4.
It is. Dennis Gates?
1-2.
Yep, won the first
And
lost the last 2.
yeah.
See, we got nuggets. It's the morning after. You can text in at 399-9646 Air Comfort Service text line. You can call Chairman Kurt. He wants to talk to you. That's 974-0101. Count your Thompson phone lines and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug always forgets about the Michelob Ultra YouTube
I do,
chat.
yeah, I do.
That's going on right now. We'll check their thoughts as well throughout the program. We're here till 11 on TMA.
Oklahoma, Martin. Thought they had it.
Our buddy Tom Hart, who's a national announcer, he put a joke on the X. Said, I hate to be that guy, but it was something about how you're at the laundromat and it's 50 cents, but you only got one good quarter. And, Chairman, you were not at the Oklahoma game, but you were at the Ole Miss game.
Yeah, I did Saturday on the Grove. It was great.
Was that your first Ole Miss experience?
I went down there. I forget the year.
Doug, what year was it?
I don't know the years.
When Mizzou played down there a while back, I made the trip.
14, maybe?
Jeez.
That was drinking chairman, so I didn't really remember a whole lot of it. But, yeah, it was great. Great weather. Talked to some fans. They weren't really concerned about the game, so it was just kind of a carefree attitude, a little bit of F.U. Lane Kiffin in the air.
Oh, yeah. I bet a lot of that.
And I've made it clear I love Latinas there at my...
You made it clear down there?
No, just like in general.
Oh.
But Southern Belles, I think, are in the 2 spot.
In the 2 spot.
Who did you meet while you were there?
No. I mean, no.
Do you let them know about your affiliation with TMA? Is that
I
put
had
it over
a
the top?
TMA quarter zip on.
Nice.
I was representing.
Nice.
Oh, were you really?
But yeah, great time. Not a super intriguing game, but fun nonetheless.
Did you get a reasonably priced ticket?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good for you.
Yep.
Way up high somewhere?
No, it's all kind of just one. There's not like an upper tier.
Yeah.
But I think I was in row like 40 something. So
Ooh, that's
great
about
seat.
perfect, yeah.
How's that stadia?
Don't say stadia.
Well, that's how the NFL would refer to it. We have stadia issues around the league.
Stadia. It sounds like how Jerry Jones would say it.
I don't want to crap on it.
Is it kind of on campus or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Not underwhelming.
Okay.
Underwhelming.
But the area around the stadium is
Beautiful.
Yeah,
A
it's
delight.
Yeah.
Furrow Field used to be underwhelming, but now it looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
They finished the end zone. It's going to look
Yeah, when that's finished, I would personally rank Mizzou's Furrow Field over Vaught Hemingway.
It's safe to say you're a little biased,
Of course.
as we all are.
Yeah.
Drink at the Braggin Rights today? What do you think? Maybe they
Probably not.
When are they headed to the
Well,
Gator Bowl?
what's today? It's
Monday's today,
Right, I
December
know.
22nd.
What's his little thing that he calls Mondays?
They have, what's he? Toughness Tuesday
Toughness
winning.
Tuesday.
Monday is made for travel.
Is it
I don't-
Movement Monday?
I don't know.
Monday's made for travel.
But it's nonetheless the 4 big bowl. We're down to 8 college football playoff. Doug, it's almost as if those Power 5 schools didn't belong. I hate to say it, but
Boy, right from the beginning of that Tulane Ole Miss game, and it was disappointing coming off a, albeit kind of fun ending to the Texas A&M Miami game, a pretty underwhelming game in terms of like entertainment value from that game. It just was disappointing that like right off the bat you knew Ole Miss was about to roll them. No pun intended.
And James Madison held Oregon to 51.
Yeah, that was the goal going into it. It's like we could hold them 51.
Last second cover in that game.
Yeah, I saw that big backdoor for James Madison bettors.
Don't you know teams like Notre Dame and Texas and Vanderbilt, who were right there on the bubble, lost out, couldn't get in the playoffs, watched those 2 games and said, you got to be kidding me.
Here's what I would say. For the Group of 5 stuff, for sure, only the CFP has to blame for themselves for having 2 Group of 5 teams in there. But if Notre Dame's complaining, Texas A&M and Miami both played each other. Notre Dame played both those teams and lost to both those teams. That's the long and the short of it.
no, for sure.
I don't. Yeah, you can't argue that. I don't think that's the issue. The issue is there's 2 teams that had no business being in
And
there.
that's the CFP's fault for having the thing where you have to be the highest ranked conference champions, and the ACC's fault for how they do their conference championship
And
game.
Nick Saban said it during the week. Like, there's no business.
No,
they have no
they
business
clearly
being there.
didn't. No.
And I do think it's different in college basketball. We love the underdog. We love the George Masons, the VCUs that go on a run, and I think it's just more possible in basketball.
Way more. It's also
1 or 2 star kids or a team that's got 5 seniors could knock you off.
Basketball lends itself more to an upset like that, but also
Correct.
they play in neutral site games where the crowd more likely is going to be on the underdog side if they make a run. James Madison and Tulane were going into rowdy environments on the road. Like, you just don't really have a chance.
There's just the talent is more spread out in basketball.
Yeah.
To have a good football program, you got to have 80 or 90 players.
Yeah.
Basketball, you can have 2 or 3 stars and almost compete with anybody.
Right, and you call them the big uglies up front, Doug?
I've never said that.
Oh, well, they make a real difference.
Yeah.
You know, from Group of 5 teams to the Power
So you
5
go to
teams.
16 and you allow some of those schools still to be in, and you have some more home playoff games.
Yeah.
And then everybody's happy, except for the 17th
No one
team.
will ever be happy about
Then there'll be a team that's like 7-4. Yeah, but we played 2 really tough road games late in the year that nobody else did. Ah, shut up. All right, so now it's set. Cotton Bowl, Ohio State, Miami. Is it a rematch of the national championship game, 2002? There was a big pass interference call back in the day. Maurice Claret, anybody? Ohio State, Miami, Cotton Bowl. That's on New Year's Eve. New Year's Day, you have the Orange Bowl, Texas Tech, and Oregon. That's an early start in Doug's old stomping grounds. Rose Bowl, Indiana, Alabama. How do you do?
Perfect.
That's just going to be great.
That's going to be
Indiana. It's a lot of burgundy kind of
similar to Oklahoma, Alabama game on Friday night.
Ole Miss, Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. Final tally of the final 8. 3 teams from the SEC, 3 from the Big Ten. I had to redo my math because I didn't count Oregon as a Big Ten team. I had to go back and remember that they're in the Big Ten.
Traditional Big Ten power.
That's right.
And then a Big 12 and an ACC, just about the way you'd have it. So now that we had that first week, which was disappointing, largely, I would say, game-wise, but almost expected that way. And now you've got some pretty good matchups here. Final 8 is now set. Doug, who's going to win it all, please?
You know what? I'm going to go Alabama.
Wow.
I know that's not chalky at all.
No, certainly not.
But they were kind of considered on the bubble. Went into hostile territory at Oklahoma, fell behind by 17, and then roared back. It seems like it would just be like Alabama on a year when you didn't think they were a national championship contender, even with DeBoer now coaching instead of Saban, to storm through it all and win it. I'm going to say Alabama.
Least likely to win would probably be, what, Ole Miss, then maybe Miami.
Maybe Miami, yeah.
Maybe, because Texas Tech, people don't know a lot about them, but I think they can get
play.
on a heater here. Oregon with all the St. Louis kids. How about that? Deer Hill. Huge touchdown run. He's from Althoff. Played at Vaughn as well. Then Jeremiah McClellan out of CBC. All the St. Louis kids for the Oregon Ducks. I'm going to go with Georgia winning it all.
I have a ticket on Georgia winning it all.
Ticket
That came in before the CFP or before their SEC championship game against Alabama. So kind of rooting for the Bulldogs. Me and Alan Daysville rooting for the Bulldogs. I hate to go against you, Doug, but I think Indiana's going to smoke Alabama.
Do you?
I think
Alabama got
smoke 'em.
smoked by Georgia the last time they played, too.
Yeah, I think Indiana, I think people still don't give them the respect that they deserve. I think they are really, really good.
Yeah.
Which I know isn't like a bold take for a team that's undefeated, but I think that they're for real, for real.
So is there a plane in Norman, Oklahoma waiting to go to Ann Arbor for Kalen DeBoer? Wasn't Michael Wilbon, he's not really a hot take guy, right?
No, I wouldn't say so.
But he was adamant Alabama will lose the game. So there was a couple of scenarios that had to happen, and that Kalen DeBoer was taking the Michigan job. Now Kalen DeBoer is advanced, and he's got a game coming up at the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. And it goes back to our earlier thought, Michigan doesn't have a coach. I think that, was this off air we were talking about it, or maybe it was on air, saying that Michigan ought to just give it to an assistant and say, let's just sit this year out.
Yeah, that's what I think I'd do.
Oh, my God.
They just lost another one for, what was he doing, hacking into accounts of...
Oh, yeah, I saw something about it. I didn't read too much into it.
They're one more scandal away from just taking a year off as a program. Like, let's just sit this one out. We got a little cleaning up to do.
Yeah.
We'll come back and see you. We're kind of like the Cardinals. We're going to sit this one out.
On hiatus.
We'll come back in 2027.
They're playing best ofs.
Now it's co-offensive coordinator Matt Weiss is under FBI investigation.
Gotcha. Yeah, I saw something about that.
They seized thousands of photos and videos as part of an investigation that he hacked into students' personal accounts to obtain explicit photos. Yeah, I think if you can get out of Michigan right now, it might be the time to do that.
I think the question would be, what's wrong with these people?
Yeah,
Like, what are you
sitting on jobs,
thinking?
making millions, young men making millions of dollars, having the time of their lives, coaching football at a great school, and you can't help yourself. You just can't behave long enough to make your millions and retire by the time you're 40. That's crazy.
Papers, we're in segment 7-2, Redbird Talk, which we've already kind of exhausted the Redbird Talk. Blue Note Talk, we've got Chris Kerber coming up at 8:15 there in Tampa. Game with the Lightning tonight. Blues beat the Florida Panthers 6-2. Friend of the show, # sorta, Bob Thomas, 2 goals. Jake Neighbors, 2 goals. And the Blues beat the Florida Panthers. I think what we're looking for now is consistency, Doug. When would you say, all right, because I believe the post-game sound that I heard on Saturday, they were talking about how they're building something. They're building. We're back to building something. I'm going to need to see a few more of these in a row before I believe that the building is taking place.
Right. I don't know that you can say they're building. They do look better than they did a month ago, for sure. Yeah, even though they're without some of their key players. So maybe when they get some of these guys back, Kyrou, Holloway, Snuggerud, maybe they will have something to build on it. They just got to stay in the hunt until they get those guys back. And right now, only 3 points out of the wild card. That's not horrible.
Is there a Vaughn index?
Oh, boy. I'd have to run the
had the standings in front of me, but I also need to see what
the standings are irrelevant.
Okay.
His website for the Vaughn Index is down.
Yeah, we're having this is a true story, Papers. Before the show, Doug and I both unable to open ESPN.com.
I had a problem with that earlier this morning, but I've got on it since.
Well, we are the ESPN mothership here, and we can't open their webpage.
Well, so I'll just do it by pen here. Okay. The record's, if I remember right, 14, 15, and 8. So that would make their Vaughn Index right at 36.
I like the idea, though, that, like, you're trying to sign into ESPN, they're having problems, but it's like, oh, you're trying to log in from an affiliate station.
They'll let us in now.
Now you can come in.
Like there's a gatekeeper somewhere.
Now you can see that the Steelers beat the Lions 29-24.
I still can't get on there. I still can't.
How about the NFL weekend, which started with the Thursday night? They called the Seahawks-Rams game. They said it was the game of the year, and it was a great game. And then the Bears-Packers Saturday night on the old 2 Fox, which kind of felt like, now it wasn't a great game, but the ending. There are Super Bowls like this where we break it down and say, oh, is this the greatest Super Bowl ever? And you say, no, for 3 quarters it was terrible. But the ending, the scenario, the way it all played out, 4th down, had to have a touchdown, got that.
Onside kick. Who falls for the onside kick nowadays?
Well, you kind of have to telegraph it now with the new kickoff rules.
And they did. Yeah. And then you've got Dobbs.
Still fumbled it.
Well, you got a wide receiver. You have everything like, oh, did you have the wrong guy out there? No, we had a wide receiver who earlier caught a touchdown, catching the ball and just dropping the ball, giving it back to the Bears. And then they win on an overtime touchdown. At the NFL, we hate the league, but we love the game.
Yeah.
How good was that pass? I mean, how good was that ball from Caleb Williams to DJ Moore?
And great catch by DJ Moore. Contested catch, too.
Yeah, great catch. But
Caleb Williams really looks good this second half of the season. I mean, he's dynamite.
Have you heard the nickname Jackson?
Iceman?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Love it.
He did a little Iceman celebration after the toss.
What's that look like?
Kind of like you're shaking cold, your burr. Similar to Trae Young in the Garden, circa 2022.
Similar to Trae Young in the Garden.
Okay.
2022.
And why would you want to look like you're ice cold?
Well, it was cold out there. You're cold. Cold kind of means like cold-blooded, ice in the veins.
Oh. Okay.
That kind of thing. But it was
there are times when he looks bad, but then coming through in the clutch. The Bears have been a clutch team this year.
Yeah. Finding ways to win.
They never beat the Packers.
And now sit atop the North.
Atop the North.
And before the Lions lost last night, there was still an outside chance that with the Bears' record and how good the North is, that they could
fall
there was
out,
a scenario where they would not make the playoffs.
Yeah. Which would be the most Bears thing ever, to have like an awesome season and crumble the last 2 games.
And you've got the South Division just kind of fumble effing around, having to put somebody in there.
Yeah, the James Madison of the NFL.
And then you have the Steelers-Lions, which also comes down to the final play. That's the thing about the league, is it's unbelievable. It's always down to the last possession. Even a crappy game, you flip it around, you come back to it. Oh, they're only down 3. How many timeouts left? How much time on the clock? But the Lions game ends on a touchdown. It's the winning touchdown for Detroit, except pass interference as the ball is being flipped back to the court. It was pretty heady play to flip it back to Jared Goff. Lunges into the end zone, but we had pass interference. And then they announce it. And, in fact, the Lions fan, I think Jim Nantz was thrown for a loop because the referee announced it and said, we have a touchdown. And the Lions fans roared. And they said, but we have pass interference, and the touchdown doesn't count. Game over. And with that, the Steelers live to see another day.
Doesn't it seem like you ought to be able to play through the pass interference if you can? It was pass interference, and the guy still caught the ball, though, right?
It was like a push-off. Because it was same.
It was offensive pass
It was
interference.
okay, yeah.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
about to say, because you could just decline the penalty.
yeah.
Oh, defensive. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it was
OP,
offensive.
yeah. OP,
The
yeah.
one, I think that was a little more blatant. They had a touchdown overturned before that, and that one I think was really ticky-tack.
Wasn't that kind of the pick play?
Yeah, where they kind of like do a little rub off, which Tarasenko the old little rub off. That one seemed to be less egregious than the one. And I was in the car listening to some NFL radio. Doug, you realize the Pittsburgh Steelers play-by-play man is Rob King,
Oh, is it really?
formerly of the Rich Gould Rob King afternoon show.
Did St. Louis for 10 years or so,
Yeah,
probably.
Channel 11 alum, former WashU quarterback Rob King. He's been in Pittsburgh for a long time. He's now the Steelers play-by-play.
Good for
man.
him. Yeah. He was a good guy. Very talented guy.
means.
Speaking of announcers, did you see the poor Philadelphia Flyers announcer? What he did? Oh, my. Will that ruin him forever, I guess?
Why don't you fill? I don't know what's going. Why don't you fill me in?
Oh, I think the chairman knows.
I'd
He's
rather
trying
not
to-
say.
No. I promise you. I,
I think
have no idea.
folks can look it up.
Look it up.
Folks
Well,
can
no, I
play
think
in the audio.
Situation.
He what?
He said something during a commercial, thought he was off the air and didn't. His partner was fumbling around beneath the desk, picking up a pin or something, and the play-by-play announcer
Made a joke.
suggested he do something while he was down there on the ground, and it was over
And
the
a
air, loud and
drive to
clear.
left by Castellanos.
He said,
And the sidekick, the analyst said, I think we're on the air. He said, no, we're not. And they were on the air. It's a reminder to us all, Doug, these microphones,
oh, yeah.
these babies could be hot at any
Man,
time.
that could be the worst one I've heard yet.
That's, yeah. I honestly think he'll survive it. And in part, this is just my theory, is that the Philly market won't be as bothered by it as they might be in some markets.
Could be, yeah.
Where they're like, well, he's making a joke, no big deal. I don't think it's the end of him. But it was a hot mic moment. All of this leads up to the email of the day, which we do every day, which is the Design Air email of the day. January is the month where the winner at the end of the month is going to get the entire HVAC unit, a $10,000. That's a minimum $10,000 value. And Design Air, is it Tim or Doug? Papers, who do you want here, buddy?
Let's play Tim's going to tell us about our friends over at
we go.
Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp, a longtime TMA sponsor. As a matter of fact, he is the longest running sponsor on the Morning After, and he has an incredible promotion going on in the month of January, in which the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month will receive a $10,000 HVAC system installed by Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. We recommend you become a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. And don't forget, starting on January 5th on TMA and going throughout the month, the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month standings gets a $10,000 HVAC system, courtesy of Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling.
I would never throw Papers under the bus. That would not be on brand at all. But Jackson, oh, there it is. I was just going to ask you why I couldn't see the YouTube chat. There, it was not there. I swear, moments ago it was not there. It's back. So the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, we monitor all your thoughts as
Someone
well.
said, nice to hear Tim. John Scores says, nice
John
to hear.
Scores.
Oh, for heavens.
Guys, what do you think Tim is doing right now?
Hopefully sleeping.
You got a favorite YouTube chatter, Martin?
Let's see. There's so many.
Is the Boston Market ad bot still in there?
I haven't seen him in a little bit.
Okay. JC Penney chat support.
The Legend of Columbia pops in with a bunch of emojis from time to time.
Friend of the show.
He
haven't
tried to
seen
get
him
Tim
in
the
there.
reservation once.
And that didn't work out.
Well, depends on who you ask.
Papers play the Van Chew drop,
Van 2. Yeah,
but it
that
says
was
Van Chew.
well, it's Van 2, and that was a famous hot mic that we've played before.
But that was Van Chew's sidekick, right?
AJ Clemente, yeah.
How do you know that?
I've played the drop for. I've
he'd be a
been
good-
working on the
he
show
would be-
5 years now.
He would be a good surprise. AJ Clemente. I'm writing that down, buddy.
You think you could get him on for that? What's
Can't
up a second question
possibly
problem?
be in the business.
You call the porta potty guy yet?
No.
Am I going to have to do it?
Who else did you say?
And he has a number that you
because
I sent him Aunt Betty or whatever, the Loyola Mary, who was
Sister Aunt Betty. Sister
Jean,
rest in
jeez.
peace.
and
rest
she
in
died.
peace.
You didn't do it in time, and now we can never talk to her. Do you want this to happen to the porta potty guy too?
Will we know?
Long live.
Will we know if he passes? Would we know?
I don't know if it would come up. Like it would.
Tonight's in memoriam, Bill so-and-so, also known as Porta Potty
We'll
Guy.
honor him if no one else will.
No, from the chairman, I have Sister Jean, rest in peace, Rod Howard, filmmaker, Opie, and also Porta Potty Guy.
What a threesome.
As numbers sent to me.
Take that, Strode.
I think one night we'll sit around and just open up a 12-pack and just start calling
them.
Just
Yeah,
start
we were
calling.
going to have the porta potty guy on, then they tried the Contreras, and we're like, all right, scrap that.
You probably have so many of them, Martin. You've probably gotten this question before, but who would you say is like the highest profile contact in your phone?
Gosh, my running joke was that it was Michael Jordan, but he was the school president at CBC.
Yeah.
Same name, Michael Jordan. That's a good question. I mean, right now, I would say John Hamm's hard to beat.
Pretty way up there.
Well, we can
Joe
start
Buck's
calling
pretty
people.
big.
Start calling people. Joe Buck's got the game tonight, Monday Night Football. It's a weird kind of matchup. Colts, 49ers. Colts, not a lot of history. Jim Harbaugh played for the Colts, coached the 49ers. Did Frank Gore play for both?
Yeah.
I think Johnny Unitas made it. No, he wasn't.
Chargers,
He didn't end his
maybe?
career with the Niners. Yeah, it was the Chargers.
Pension's got to be busy tonight. Monday Night Football. Colts, 49ers.
Who has the more iconic flat top, Johnny Unitas or Howie Long?
I think
It depends on the era you're talking about.
Two iconic flat tops, no doubt, though.
talk
They're on
about
the
it.
Mount Rushmore flat top. Who else would be on the Sergeant Carter from Gomer Pyle? I think he's on there.
Yeah.
I don't know of many others.
Buzz from Home Alone.
Yeah, great
Oh,
flat
yeah.
Buzz, your
Okay.
girlfriend, woof.
All right. Well, we wrapped that up quickly.
Yeah. Chris Mullen, great flat top.
Oh, yeah.
You could have set a drink on top of that.
He may have.
How do you get the hair to stick straight up?
Great question. Probably just thickness. Just like you have great hair.
Because you can't, if you don't have a thick head of hair, you can't do that look.
Yeah, no way.
Could we please get a replay of the Porta Potty Guy Festivus Miracle? That's a request from the 636. And for those who are new to the show, which I include myself, even though I've been here 13, 14 months, or isn't it? You guys are obsessed with a lot of weird things, and you kind of like people that climb in the bottom of porta potties, Doug? Is that what your thing is?
I don't really like them. I've heard them and thought it was remarkable.
And I guess the first time nobody came for a while. I was in one of the wrong ones, and then I just switched over to a busy one, and then, I don't know, just some chick came in, and supposedly she saw me or whatever.
Okay, it's not creepy enough that you climb into the bottom of a porta potty. But the laugh made it creepier.
Yeah, well,
I didn't know if that
we
was
don't kink shame.
possible.
My dad just texted me and he said, "Whitey, hers on
Yeah,
great
we got-
flat
yeah.
top."
Oh, yeah.
Some textures like, what kind of show is this? Live. We're just bragging that we're live and local. What about Ivan Drago? What about Vanilla Ice?
Yeah, great flat top on Vanilla Ice.
Mickey Mantle.
Did he have a flat top?
Chet.
Oh,
Weird-
Roger
weird
Maris.
science.
I think Roger Maris had a flat top.
What if Porta Potty Guy had a flat top?
They fit right in. We'd have to call him right now, I guess.
You'd probably want one because you wouldn't want your hair to dip down into the sludge.
Into the muck.
Yeah.
Can we do guest roulette in your phone sometime, Martin?
Guest roulette, like call somebody?
Just run your fingers down the contact list, and whatever we land on, we call
For
them.
heaven's sakes.
I don't see anything going wrong with that idea.
Well, we will take your calls. Chairman Kurt, he is ready, willing, and able to take your calls. It's the Callier and Thompson phone line at 974-0101. Questions of the day. Doug wanted to know, do you like the warm weather for Christmas, or does part of you sort of pine for a cold, snowy Christmas day? And also, are you working or pretending to work? We got a guy laying down rebar, and then Doug suspended him. Just got sideways instantly. Text line, Air Comfort Service text line is 399-9646. And, of course, that YouTube chat, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Your chance to be part of the show throughout. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Chris Kerber from Tampa. That's coming up at 8:15. We'll talk Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. Braggin Rights. The Colonel is going to be at the game. He got that easy pass for parking hooked up.
right.
by the great producer Joe.
Talk to him about Chip Lindsey.
We also have an offensive coordinator for your Missouri Tigers. It's TMA on 101 ESPN.
Hey, Missouri, if you haven't heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State, and they're kicking things off with an offer that is tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more, you can bet it all on an app that is safe, secure, and super easy to use. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement, because Missouri, it is time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win on Saturday. Back in action tonight as they take on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Pre-game at 5, puck drop at 6 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Did it skip?
Record skipping.
Did it skip?
Yeah, record
Does it have a
skipping.
built-in skip so you think you're playing a record?
Yeah.
Is there a theme? We like the Bee Gees.
Well, it's both Maurice and Robin Gibbs' birthday.
Neither one of us with us anymore.
No, neither one with us.
There's only one BG left.
And that's Barry.
Yeah.
What about the younger Andy Gibb, but he wasn't in the band?
That sounds
We
right.
sang a couple songs with him, I think.
Okay, let's see.
And Barry was the oldest, and he's the last one
Yeah.
surviving.
Maurice died in 2003.
That was one of those bands where people said, no, I hate the Bee Gees. I never listened to the Bee Gees. And every time they came out with a song, it would sell 100 million copies of it.
Right. Because it wasn't cool to listen to the Bee Gees at that time.
It didn't get to be cool there for a while.
You had to be listening to like Zeppelin. That was what was cool.
That was cool, yeah. Hard rock. That's where I am.
Everybody loved the Bee Gees. Come
Yeah.
on.
Barry Manilow was another one where people would literally laugh at you if you said you listened to a Barry Manilow song, and yet he sold, millions and millions of copies worldwide. Still singing too. Still doing it
He
in
was
Vegas
just here.
every
He was
now and
just
then.
here within the last year,
Yeah.
I think. And you were in the front row, Doug?
I was
you
not.
threw flowers?
I like Barry Manilow.
You do your workout at the old Lifetime? You got on your Walkman, some Barry Manilow?
No, well, no.
Walkman.
I don't listen to music when I work out. I still
What?
watch TV.
Really?
They got TVs everywhere, yeah.
Like watching the news with closed captions on. That's 15 seconds behind.
That kind of thing, yeah.
We like what we like.
I've never been the guy that wanted earbuds in my ear.
Yeah.
I want to know what's going on around me.
Sure. Protect yourself.
I've never really had to protect myself from
Protect
danger.
yourself.
But I don't like to
Assailants.
be blocked out of the noise of the rest of the world.
It sometimes is scary, like if you're like in a busy
Scary?
town. Well, if you're like in a busy town, like if you walk through New York City, it's probably best to have one ear open.
Oh, I would think so, yeah.
You don't want to have two
Or St. Louis.
blaring AirPods in your ears.
Be a little bit alert.
Noise canceling, yeah.
Word
Probably,
on the street.
probably best to keep one ear open.
Ear to the street.
I would think at all times.
Right.
Not just because you think you're going to get
No,
mugged
just
or something.
A car
but-
coming or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just so you can continue to take part in
Right.
the world around you.
Well, so many people are asking you for photos and signatures.
Oh, absolutely.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
But that would be a good reason to say, I can't hear you. Can't stop.
I think walking through downtown Manhattan, though, was a little different than being at the gym. I think it's understood at the gym you can kind of be in your own world. I think you're going to get knifed at the gym.
No, I wouldn't
No.
think so.
So I think wearing headphones at the gym or earbuds is probably a little more.
Yeah, a lot of people
or-
do that.
Yeah. Doug, feel free. Put some listen to some Barry Manilow
Okay.
and just lose yourself.
Yeah.
Is that really, you listen to Barry Manilow and just get fired up to pump some iron?
No. Maybe it would help me work out harder if I had music in my
Hey, Vaughn, get off the elliptical. Hold on. He's playing Weekend in New England.
time in New England.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, was it weekend? Time in New England.
Guys, does this mean that Nickelback is the modern era Bee Gees? I'd say no.
But in the sense
Different.
that people don't like admitting that they enjoy them, although I think the worm has turned on Nickelback. But they're like in the mid 2010s, people they're like a butt of a joke, unfortunately.
But Nickelback, I think, was the butt of the joke in the time, right? The Bee Gees were massive. Don't you think it became more of a punchline later?
Nickelback? Like at the
No,
time.
Bee Gees. I'm saying
Yeah.
at the time they were
When
just
disco
huge.
kind of went out of style.
And then eventually became, oh, yeah, that era. But at the time, it was just massive. We'll take your Nickelback BG comparisons. In the meantime, Doug, here on TMA, the morning after, we are here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We've got the Christmas break, and then next week is a best of. So get it while you can. The next 3 days here, live programming of the morning after. We have coaches and players behaving poorly, Doug. Ed Cooley is the head coach, Georgetown basketball. He was at Providence for a long time. Did you see the video? He got a little upset. They lost to Xavier.
I did, yeah.
Turned around, chucked a water bottle, and drilled a little kid. He has been suspended. No tariffs added, but suspended 1 game's time for his actions. And they said it's not befitting of the Georgetown coach.
Wouldn't that, don't you think that the penalty ought to maybe be a little harsher than that?
Like they should throw stuff at him?
The kid gets one free shot.
If you're throwing stuff into the crowd, come on.
Really bad.
If you're a fan and threw something and hit the coach, you'd be out forever probably.
Probably banned from the stadium, yeah.
Yeah, why is it just kind of okay the other way?
It's crazy. It's wild. The video is really tough because, he hurls that water bottle.
Yeah, and it did hit a kid. Look, it hit him in the
chest.
In the chest or so. But, yeah, you could see how that, if the water bottle was full and hit you in the face, that would hurt.
Yeah, that would really hurt.
And I don't
think it was full.
Off air, I told you a story about the kid being injured, and now I'm a little concerned because I got the other day by the account.
Richard Johnson.
And I already forget what I got about. But so hopefully the kid's okay because it did appear to hit him in the stomach. That's Ed Cooley, Georgetown coach. And then you had DK Metcalf, Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver, punching a Detroit Lions fan. And that was during that Steelers-Lions game, a CBS, a major game. You had Nance and Romo on the call. And did you see the explanation, Doug? Was the fan who talked to Detroit reporters. I had it opened up here at some point. Well, part of it is the fan said he read DK's full name, and he didn't like that. I guess his name is DeKalen Zacharias, but he goes by DK. And he said something about you don't like your government name. So this is how the fan is harassing him. Of all the things that would set you off, it used to be don't mention my wife, don't mention my family, don't mention my mother, that kind of thing. But apparently what set off DK was that he referenced his full government name. He grabbed me, ripped my shirt. I was a little shocked. Like everyone's talking to me. I was a little rattled. I just want the Lions to win, baby. That's what the fan said.
Why would you get that upset if someone said your full name to you?
Well, that's what he's saying.
That's what he is saying.
We don't know what DK Metcalf.
Now, actually, Chad Johnson.
There you go.
Right, Ocho on his show, former Bengals All-Pro, Chad Ochocinco Johnson, friend of this show, likes McDonald's. Didn't remember that he played at the Dome.
Mm-hmm.
Claimed the fan called Metcalf a racial slur and even targeted his mother with a vulgar expletive. So you have the fans' version and now the Ocho version. I didn't see with Metcalf. Did DK Metcalf himself reference? I got word, this is from Ochocinco. I got word, obviously, I'm not condoning putting your hands on a fan or punching a fan, but he did call Metcalf a racial slur. That's what Chad Ochocinco told his co-host, Shannon Sharp. Called him the N-word. He did call his mom a blank. I think with those words being exchanged, the fan saying that's where the action occurred is what is being reported. That's the line. It wasn't, you should never touch a fan, but he wasn't, it was a punch. He didn't lay him out flat. I actually think the Ed Cooley water bottle may have been a little more violent in terms of potential for damage. So, Doug, we have fans getting into it with players. We have coaches throwing water bottles. So I ask you the question, what's wrong with everybody?
I don't know.
Can we it's Christmas.
People just can't behave themselves
anymore. It's the holiday season.
The coach throwing the bottle, to me, is worse than what DK Metcalf did. Because the fan didn't do anything to the coach.
No, the little child did not.
Yeah, what's his defense there?
Terrible.
The little kid sat there and watched the game and deserved to have a water bottle.
If you're getting frustrated and you want to throw a water bottle, throw it down. I'd say throw it down.
How about just slam it? How about we act like adults?
Slam something on the stomp your foot.
I agree, Doug. I'm saying if you are to throw a water bottle, spike it. You spike it. Well, the worst case is water gets on the floor.
Or how about you chug it and then throw an empty bottle and have it float in the air?
Bite the top off of it like a grenade.
Oh, yeah, that would be
rip it off. Really show your manliness.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
But there are fans who feel like they can say absolutely anything to a player. For sure.
They feel they pay a bunch of money for a ticket, and that gives them the right. Not the case, but we don't know. It's going to be tough to know exactly what was said.
What if Ed Cooley said, yeah, that little bugger was on me the whole game. It's like a 5-year-old kid.
Kid had it coming.
He was riding me the entire game. All right, Curbs is next. Blues Talk. Blues are playing the Tampa Bay Lightning tonight. You'll hear that game right here on 101. Blues just coming off the big win over the Florida Panthers. Can they do it again? It's a 2-city stop in Florida. John Gruden might be in the house tonight. Blues and Lightning will talk to Curbs next. AutoLoanPro.com, the website to head to for that next vehicle. Also a chance to get your credit back on track. So at AutoLoanPro.com, it's real simple. They'll get you into a vehicle with little to no money down, get you the best rates possible, and they'll do that no matter what the situation, no matter what your circumstance. They will find that car, get you a great deal. They work with over 50 different lenders, and they know making that large purchase with financing gets complicated, especially if there's a hiccup along the way. Doesn't matter. The AutoLoan Pro get you back on track. Website also features the free playbook. You download that when you're online. It's going to educate you and also help you get the car of your choice in the future. AutoLoan Pro is part of the Lita family, so it's real simple. Get that vehicle, get your credit back on track, and do a little bit of learning while on that website as well. Robert Thomas featured prominently in their commercials, TV, and on the website. Only thing you need to know when financing a car is to choose a pro. The Auto Loan Pro. Again, online at AutoLoanPro.com.
You know, as we head into this holiday week, the one thing you don't want to have happen is a furnace go kaput as the weather stays cold. Now, look, sometimes it's going to happen. Even if you do all the right maintenance and everything, it's a machine. Sometimes machine breaks. Well, Classic Air Care is there for you. They're there to take the stress away from those stressful moments. They're there to not just give you the comfort in your home, They're there to give you the peace of mind that you need if something does go wrong. How about this review? Woke up to a malfunctioning furnace on Thanksgiving morning and called Classic Air Care for help. Justin was on calling at my home in under an hour to take care of us on a holiday. Great explanation of what was wrong, quick resolution, and good communication. Would definitely recommend these guys for your HVAC needs. Ask for Justin. That came from Jeremy. Classic Air Care has a 4.8 Google rating for a reason, and that's because they care about their customers. They'll get to you within 24 hours. They're open 7 days a week with after-hour techs on call, and there's over 100 vans on the road. Those are those great-looking orange vans you've seen with the Penguin. That's Classic Air Care. So don't worry about the furnace over the holiday weeks as we go over these next couple weeks. If something goes wrong, Classic Air Care has your back. You can give them a call. You can reach them online at classicaircare.com. And a happy holidays to everybody from Classic Air Care.
And back live on 101 ESPN, the morning after. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you. Live program here. That's a quiet hallway here, but we are ready to talk some Blues hockey because we've got a game tonight in Tampa against the Lightning. Blues coming off the 6-2 win over the Florida Panthers on Saturday night. Joining us now, the voice of the Blues, Chris Kerber. Kerb, greetings from St. Louis. How's everybody down in Florida?
Everybody is good. They had a full skate yesterday, Martin, so I think they'll have an optional kind of quiet morning today, and then one more game before what will amount to a 4-day break for the Blues for the Christmas break. So a good little advantage for St. Louis on that one.
And I think, to me, I know we had 2 goals from Robert Thomas, 2 goals from Jake Neighbors, but I think the Falk goal was huge because, once again, you had a 2-goal lead. Doug, you call that the worst, most dangerous lead in all the sports. And they gave it back, and I just think watching even, you were in the building, but it said, oh, no, here we go. And then Justin Falk did what so many other teams do to the Blues, that last-second goal to end a period. I felt like that was just huge in a game that you could almost feel drifting the other way.
You know, well, they took that 2-0 lead and were playing really well. You know, the 1 goal goes in, that's okay. I thought an absolutely donkey call on the holding penalty on Parayko, but you got to sometimes overcome the bad officiating. So that unfortunately gave a good team a power play, and they scored on to tie it up. You're right, though. That goal from Justin Falk was big. The sense to just get it to the net when he did. And sometimes you'll see teams in those last couple seconds, and we've seen the Blues do it. You just kind of let up, you take a breather, and bang, it's right behind you. That's the first time. So that second period was period number 110 of the season. That's the first time the Blues had scored a goal inside the final minute of any period all season long, and it wound up being a big one.
Berggren has scored a goal in 2 games in a row. You think maybe they've found something with this guy?
Well, you know what? He's a second-round pick and a fairly high second-round pick of Detroit. And for whatever reason, things just got stale for him and weren't clicking. You know, if you're a second-round pick in the NHL, you've shown some skill somewhere over the course of your amateur career. You know, and the Blues, from what I was told, they were kind of eyeing him a little bit earlier even than they got him. They were thinking that Detroit might even put him on waivers earlier in the year. So while, yes, a lot of the timing ends up being the need with the health of the Blues forward, you know, my sense is this is a guy that they had been looking at in case that need arises, and the timing ended up working out. So, yeah, they might have found him. Now, you know, the question is does that bump from the energy of finding a new team and getting a new chance live on? Does it carry? Does it last? You know, sometimes you'll see a player come in, you get that extra little bit of adrenaline, that little revivedness, and then things kind of, you know, water always finds its level, right? So does the water have a new level for him, or is it the level that he had with the Red Wings? And that's what we'll find out. But, I mean, you talk about going from a team where you were having a hard time getting in the lineup and then they waived you, which means if nobody picks you up, you're one step away from going to the minor leagues or potentially back to Europe. And within a matter of a week and a half, you're playing on a top line in the National Hockey League with another team and finding success. So all you can ask of Berggren is to just take advantage of the opportunity he's been given. And so far in a few games, he's done just that.
When the Blues had that second-half surge last year, it seemed like Robert Thomas was front and center. And I think if this team is going to sort of, turn it around, get rolling, it's hard to imagine too many scenarios where this team gets on a roll without number 18 being prominent.
It doesn't happen without Robert Thomas being your best forward. I mean, that's plain and simple. I talked to Jim Montgomery last year before the Blues turned things around. This was before the Four Nations break. Actually, it might have been early to mid-December that I was talking to Jim Montgomery about Robert Thomas, and I said, "What's something that we don't know that we need to know?" And he said, "This team will get things going when Robert Thomas finds his groove. When he kind of gets rid of some of the pressure on himself and plays the way that they know he can play." And I said, "Well, what does that mean?" And he said, "Well," he goes, "that's when," and it's not just about faceoffs because he's been good on faceoffs. He said, "It's when Robert Thomas is leading the team in holds in the offensive zone, getting the puck over the blue line, holding onto the puck because he's such a good distributor of it and waiting for pressure to come. And then he's leading the team in takeaways from a center spot in the defensive zone." He says when that happens, and that's, if you think about it, that almost described Ryan O'Reilly's tenure with the Blues, right? He goes, then things are going to go. Well, he came out of that Four Nations break, and did exactly that, and that fueled the comeback. So, Martin, I think you're 100% right. That's a big game for Robert, his first 3-point game of the season. I was glad he got the empty netter to help, kind of get him there. And it will go as he goes. Now, he's going to need his wingers to start burying some pucks. We look at a goaltender, for example, and I love this analogy that was told to me about 2 weeks ago. People look at a goalie and go, well, you're paid to stop the puck. Well, forwards in some cases, and in the case of, say, a Thomas, a Buchnevich, a Kyrou, a Shen, a Holloway, a Neighbors, those guys, they're paid to score. So when you look at some of the chances that the Blues have been getting, that's great. But they've got to find ways to score some of those chances. I mean, that game could have been a good, comfortable lead for the Blues a little bit early on if some of the forwards had scored. So at some point in time, some of these other forwards are going to have to find a way to put the puck past the goaltender. But Robert Thomas is an absolute key to the puzzle for the Blues.
Yeah, I see on the stats right now, he's like the only player on the whole team that gets regular ice time. That's a plus. He's a +2. And up and down the roster, you got guys -11, -18, -12. So it could be that he's still playing pretty well, but those around him, maybe not so much.
Yeah, and it's the hard part, as they've kind of constantly tweaked that about the plus-minus. Like, yeah, look, you get to where, Braden Shen is at -18. You're like, okay, that's tough. We know the start that Logan Mailloux had. But take like a Pavel Buchnevich, right, Doug, and you see him at -8 on the season. But he's been on the ice for 7 empty net goals against. So the Blues pull the goalie trying to get back into the game, and the other team scores a goal. That's happened 7 times with Buchnevich on that. I'd love to see the National Hockey League take the empty net goals against out of the plus-minus. Because all of a sudden you're saying, okay, at 5-on-5 or on the power play, Pavel Buchnevich should be -1 versus the look of -8. It tells a different story to me. But, yeah, I mean, I think in this sense, when you're looking at a whole group of guys that are minus, to see Robert Thomas +2, that is a good thing. And it'll get better if the Blues continue to score for him a little bit. But, to what you just asked a little bit before, I mean, so far, at least in 3 games, and let's hope there's one more game in them before the break goes, the impact of Berggren and Stenberg to fill in, both in that top 6 over these last 3 games, has been pretty doggone huge considering the injuries the Blues have had.
I thought it was interesting last week, Jim Montgomery, and I think it was on this station, was talking about why they went with Hofer in they came back with him on the Thursday game, or following the Monday loss. They said, we want to see how he does coming off a bad game. They said, because he's in, he's out. He's in, he's out. And they said, with goalies, you like to see kind of that bounce back. And when there's splitting time, you never get to see that. I feel like they're threading the needle a little bit. Binnington is still the guy, but they kind of also need to know at some point long-term what they have in Hofer. I know they love him, but do you know what I'm saying here? I think they kind of need to find some things out along the way with Hofer for more of a long-term solution.
There is that, Martin, but they also know that. They also know, they've got enough of a book on Jordan Bennington to know kind of where his game is with a certain amount of rest, games played, that kind of thing. They know that it's extraordinarily likely. I'd still be shocked if it wasn't the case that he's going to go to Italy, and there's that. And then if you're going to make the playoffs, there's just over 30 games to go when you get back from the Olympic break, right? And that's going to be an absolute gauntlet. They're going to need both of these guys. And you looked at that back-to-back that you were talking about there, and you're like, okay, do you start Jordan Bennington in the one game? And when I asked Jim Montgomery about it, he said, look, if it hadn't been a back-to-back scenario where you were going to split your goaltenders anyway, if it hadn't been a back-to-back scenario, then he probably would have started Bennington in that game. But because it was a back-to-back and you knew that you were going to play one goalie in each of the games, this was a rare opportunity for them to give Joe Hofer a chance to respond after a tough game. And that's kind of the approach that David Alexander, who's quickly becoming known as one of the best goalie coaches in the National Hockey League, that's a continued development thing. Because in a backup situation, the backup goaltender really doesn't get those kind of opportunities to get the next game and respond after a tough game, after a game where they weren't very good. And I thought, and obviously Joel responded really well. The Blues goaltending is really in a good spot. They've got two guys. They've got two guys they can rely on. I still consider it to be one of the best tandems all around in the National Hockey League, especially when they're game and they're playing well. But it was a good opportunity for Joe Hofer, and he did a good job with it. The crazy thing is, go back a season ago, he did not start consecutive games, and I'm not just talking back-to-back days. I'm talking just consecutive games. It had been over a full season of hockey since he had been in the net to start on consecutive games. That actually, when I told it to him, he actually had to think about it too. He goes, "Holy smokes!" So that's it was a good opportunity for him, and he answered the bell well.
How close are they to getting some of the injured guys back? Anybody close?
Well, we've got Jimmy Snuggerud on this trip. Now, he's not going to play today. If they go with what they ran in practice yesterday through some of the drills, it'll be the same lineup as they had against Florida. And thank goodness, I can't imagine why you would change after that performance, right? But Snuggerud came on the trip to practice with his teammates. So whether it be the game on the 27th or the 29th, I'd expect Jimmy Snuggerud back in the lineup in one of those games, probably just after Christmas. And the other guys, I don't have an update other than they're not on the trip. They might be skating, at least Walker and Kyrou might be skating at home. But I don't have an update or a timeline in terms of when they're coming back in. So we might be another week or a handful of games off on those guys. But looks like Snuggerud might be the leader of the pack in terms of returning.
Blues get the Christmas break, then the Saturday night at home against Nashville Predators yet again. Next Monday, we're a week away. Buffalo in town. I've heard you mention on the broadcast several times these are the college crowds. Can you tell a difference there, or can you tell when the college rowdies have shown up for the break?
Yeah, you can always tell these holiday games. It's awesome. There's just a little extra step. People feel, I think, a little freer. You get the college kids back. Yeah, there's a little extra, pump in the arena during these holiday games, and so it's fun. And listen, most of the times I went back about a year or two ago and looked at this, and going into breaks like the Christmas break or All-Star break or whatever, it's amazing how many times the Blues have been at pretty much the farthest point of the earth from home when you go into those breaks. Most of the time the Blues are played on the 23rd and they're playing in Vancouver, Las Vegas. Like they're never playing in Chicago where it's just like a 45-minute flight home on the 23rd. And so for them to play on the 22nd, I mean, the last time they had more than just a 3-day break, you got to go back to the year that they played the Winter Classic in Minnesota. I think they played their final game on the 17th. It was a kind of an anomaly there, but to have that 4-day break is good. It gives the guys a little extra time to get healthy. You'll have to watch the standings a little bit. If you get the points tonight, you end up within 1 point, but then you'll have to see how these other teams play while you're resting. But they're right in the thick of it, and hopefully that pumps up the crowds a little bit too when we come back out for that game on the 27th. Guys, ask Kerber if he'll be ponying up for the Monday matinee at Craven Cottage. I will be. I actually, that's my plan this afternoon. I think that game starts in a few hours, so I'll be out of the rink. I'll grab some lunch. I got my game notes, and we'll be seeing how Fulham does against Nottingham Forest and see if they can jump up into the top 12 there. So, that's a good call, Martin.
The soccer,
we'll be watching that today.
Soccer texter here on the line. We got the Blues and Lightning tonight. Can the Blues do it back-to-back after the impressive win over the Panthers on Saturday night? Coverage here starts at 5 o'clock. Kerb, Merry Christmas, and we will see you back at the rink here in town.
All right, guys. Have an awesome holiday. Merry Christmas to you and everybody. Safe travels if you're traveling, and we will see everybody at the rink on the 27th.
Chris Kerber checking in with us, the voice of the Blues, on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Again, Lightning Blues tonight, 6 o'clock. Puck drop down there in South Florida. That's South Florida as well, isn't it, Doug? Tampa? Do they consider that South? That's the University of South Florida.
Yeah, I mean,
isn't it confusing?
It's
because
halfway down.
The university is there, but it's really a tweener
like
city.
a west,
Yeah.
mid Florida.
Yeah, it's a
tweener.
It's a tweener.
West Coast.
Okay.
I think some would call it like the first major city on the West Coast for Southern Florida. Some would not.
That's less catchy than South Florida.
It feels more South Florida
South
than it
Florida's
does.
generally considered Miami, Fort Lauderdale, that area.
Yeah,
Jupiter,
and then on the
Palm
West
Beach.
Coast, once you get to like Fort Myers.
Yeah.
There's also the pet peeve if
Charlotte.
people say, "Oh, you're down in Tampa Bay." Tampa Bay is like the name of the
Right.
The
Well, their
bay.
sports teams are Tampa Bay.
The team names, but the city is Tampa.
Right.
A lot of clarifying here, Doug. That's what we do.
Which
That's what we
is
do. We
nice.
like logistics on this show. You can text in. Air Comfort Service text line is 399-9646. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where you can also be part of the show. And right now, the master of the custodial arts. Have they talked about the Cardinals trade?
We did.
Beginning of the show.
We could probably reset. I know the audience cycles on and cycles off. Cardinals with the trade of Wilson Contreras that happened on Sunday night, traded to the Boston Red Sox, 3 players in return. We did our full breakdown of the pitching arsenal of all 3 of the pitchers, Doug. You like that Fajardo a lot.
I like the way he throws. He's throwing free and easy right now. And if he can avoid injury and toe the slab appropriately, I think that they may have something in 5 years.
There it is. There's your breakdown.
That's
Pretty good.
That's the scouting report right now.
Also, for papers purposes, which could be a new segment, efforting at some point this week, Wilson Contreras joining us on the show to say his farewell to the Cardinal fans.
that'd be awesome.
We're working on it.
All right.
We've got some
Some feelers.
some feelings, some folks who are in contact
That'd be great.
with Wilson. All right, it is TMA minus Tim. Somehow we're still doing a show here on 101 ESPN.
Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Online at igotfloored.com, you can find Michael's Flooring with 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area, in Creve Coeur, in Darden Prairie, and in St. Peters. There is a reason Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through the 30-plus years in business. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. You can go online right now and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills at igotfloored.com, or check them out in person in Creve Coeur, in Darden Prairie, and in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
Because of this show, I've got a tab open for the Bee Gees. Mm-hmm. Then I was reading about Andy Gibb, the younger brother. He died at the age of 30. I didn't realize that, Doug. This just in.
Yeah, very, very young.
1988. And we also have the text line, which is undefeated. Guys, Tampa is the swingers' capital of the Western Hemisphere. Is that right?
I don't know. I don't know.
According to the texters. Guys, this team is made to make a run at the AAA crown. That's about the Cardinals, who did have a trade. Wilson Contreras headed to the Boston Red Sox, joining Sonny Gray to the Boston Red Sox. We did get Dustin May, who finished the season in Boston. Now we have Richard Fitz. Who's our other guy? Who's our headliner
Blaze
yesterday?
Jordan.
No, but our guy last night, oh my gosh, I've already
Hunter
forgotten.
Dobbins.
Hunter Dobbins. So your rotation, Hunter Dobbins, Richard Fitz, potentially.
Well, Dobbins will probably be out to start the season.
Well, I don't know. There's video online. I mean, he tore his ACL last July, but he's been doing a lot of work and throwing, and so optimistic he could return. You could have 3 guys who were in the rotation for the Red Sox at some point this year. The Hunter Dobbins story, if you Google or look it up, whatnot, that was weird. Pitching for the Red Sox, he was saying how his dad, did you read this whole backstory, Don?
No.
He had told reporters about how his dad just hated the Yankees. And in part because his dad played ball, and his dad was friends with Andy Pettitte growing up and all that. And then they vetted it and said, that's not, it's a long story, called out, it wasn't true. Before making his first appearance against the Yankees as the starting pitcher for a game at Yankee Stadium, Hunter Dobbins said, my dad was a diehard Red Sox fan. I've said it before that if the Yankees were the last team to give me a contract, I'd retire. He explained that he grew up rooting for the Red Sox, but more of a natural hatred for the Yankees, which I'm sure played really well in Boston.
Sure.
He told reporters that his father had been drafted by the Yankees, had pitched in the Arizona Diamondbacks organization, and was friends with Andy Pettitte. Subsequent reporting revealed that all of the claims were false. Dobbins told reporters, the whole backstory is stuff that I heard growing up. I've seen pictures of it from my dad, but at the end of the day, I didn't go and fact-check my dad. So apparently, his dad may have or may not have embellished some of the facts, apparently. But Hunter Dobbins was drafted by the Red Sox when Chaim Bloom was with that organization. So that's, again, a player that he has some knowledge of. They got Blaze Jordan. That's the young slugger. Last year, that was in the Steven Matz trade. And if you're going way back, Ryan Fernandez was somebody who had been, I think, in the Red Sox organization. Chaim Bloom's knowledge of some of these younger players, we've seen this play out. Even Kittredge, the older pitcher from Tampa, was somebody that he was familiar with. Bottom line, Contreras gone. Sonny Gray gone. Savings, cash savings, I've got it at 230. What do we say now? They've saved about $50 million, right?
They had to toss some money in with the Contreras deal.
Right, $8 million. So, but it was still 41-ish. So they saved about $33 million on Contreras. They saved about $20 million on Sonny Gray. So they're saving money, stockpiling younger players. Can I sell that as a slogan, Doug? We're saving money, stockpiling younger players. I do think last night is when it started to hit Cardinal fans who weren't paying close attention and saying, wait a minute, who are all the guys? Because all the big December signings, hey, look, we got Contreras, the new Molina. Hey, look, we signed, so we got our ace, Sonny Gray. Those guys are now being shipped out. And I think for those who were not paying close attention, it's hitting them that this is clearly a rebuild.
I think most fans will understand that this is something the Cardinals had to do, but at the same time, I don't think that's going to get anybody to the ballpark. I don't think people are going to be flocking to get tickets.
I think
show up.
There's going to be a core of fans, though, who are at least excited that the feeling is that there's a clear, concise plan going forward, and that we can watch some younger players who could be, headlining stars here for the next few seasons or longer, as opposed to guys like Arenado kind of playing out the worst part of his career, or Sonny Gray or Miles Michaelis going up on the mound again. I don't know. I think there is some anticipation to see, okay, what do we have going forward?
That hasn't worked for teams like the Pirates and the A's.
Sure.
The fans just stay home.
Yeah, and if the young guys are no good, then it won't matter. But if there is some hope, if there is some guys who are starting, like if Weather Holt comes up and is just as good as he was at AAA or AA, or even 75% as good, and some like the pitchers that you've acquired start pitching pretty well, maybe there'd be some interest, even if the team is kind of where they were last year.
it's going to be really hard to sell kind of that we're in this rebuild mode or that we're rallying around the youth if Gorman's still striking out, if Walker's still hitting 190, 200. That's the part that you're going to almost have to have a Weatherholt come along and, boy, this guy really is. You need Mason Wynn has been a good example. Hey, you drafted somebody, looks like he's going to be a really good player for a long time, but boy, I think fans are going to need to see a little more. Somebody said earlier, because I said my biggest fear is they're not only bad, but they're boring. Contreras was a lot of fun, man. He was fiery. There's no doubt about it, but I love talking to that guy. He was a great soundbite. Somebody said Liam Doyle has got a lot of sauce in his game, so that's another one.
I hope he gets a shot.
I agree.
He's already, he went through college, so he's already 23, 24.
Yeah.
Bring him up.
Sure. Agreed.
But I think it's a hard sell for people to say, hey, we have a new second baseman who might be pretty good. You ought to come watch us. That, for a fan base used to winning for decades, that won't cut it.
Well, this is the show me state. They'll have to show them.
Yeah, they'll have to win. You can't, even if you got young players, if they're not competitive, people won't show up.
This isn't the tell me state. It's the show me state. So they'll have to prove it. But I think that there is, I don't know, like I personally am more excited to watch a guy like Richard Fitz or some of the younger pitchers go out there as opposed to Miles Michaelis at the last year of his career, or even Sonny Gray when it's hot outside.
Because at least there's some potential, there's some hope that, hey, this is going to click.
Right.
Well, we optimistically think that now, but what happens if these guys are no better?
Right. Well, then, yeah, you're in a really tough spot.
I'm afraid that might be the spot they're in.
Yeah.
Guys, Mo gone will bring some fans back. Is that the slogan?
No, it won't.
Slogan?
It won't. Really? Winning will bring the fans back.
Is that the campaign? What if they say, well, Mo's gone?
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a fan base anywhere that turned out in big numbers when their team did not have a shot to win anything.
Yeah, you're right. You are.
No matter how
correct.
promising and how young the players are, if you're not competitive and you're not interesting, the fans won't go.
Yep.
Doug's Grease Missile has responded. Doug, for the love of God, give it up about the ballpark. We're rebuilding. Get that through your thick, lovely, beautiful, cute head.
Fully aware that they're rebuilding.
We're going to stink. We need to stink.
We don't need to stink. Is it not possible that they could still go out with all the money that they've saved and buy a couple more free agents that might pump some life into the thing for the next 2 or 3 years?
I think if your purpose is for winning, if you think you're signing guys who can help you actually make a chance to win, be competitive, be a contender, then yes. But if it's, we got to get people in the ballpark, then you're going to be stuck in the same position you're in right now.
Well, I'm not saying sign guys in their mid-30s.
Sure.
There's got to be some another alternative there where you can sign some players or trade for some who are mid-20s, late 20s, that at least put a competitive product on the field.
But those guys are expensive as hell.
Well, they've got money.
Yeah.
If they're going to save on payroll, they should pass the savings on to the fans, ticket prices. Instead, they raise ticket prices. It's going to be hard to watch minor league team at a major league price. I think that's a fair point.
I think we're in for a really, really rough season. And we've had a few of those back-to-back now.
Yeah.
And when you start putting one on top of the other, you got a fan base that might lose interest in it. I think this is a dangerous time. I know they have to do it. I know that they've got to get younger.
We need to stink, Doug.
We don't need to stink. No, we need to be interesting, need to be entertaining, and need to be competitive. We don't need to stink. You don't get anything by stinking.
Well, all of this is trusting Chaim Bloom, and you hope that it works. 2 to 3 years down the road, you'll be like, well, did it work? Right. There's no guarantee that it is going to work, but I think we understand, most of us understand why they're doing it, but it's a little scary to think, I don't know, it could just be terrible for a while, a long time.
That's like we've talked about before, when you don't develop pitching in your minor league system, this is what you end up with. The Cardinals for years have had to get 2 or 3 guys
at the deadline every year,
or in their mid-30s to start the season to just eat innings, and you're wasting money there. And then they had the Contreras contract that up until now has kind of hurt them. And Arenado after starting in 23 started playing terribly. Like this is the chicken. What's it? Who's come home to roost? The chickens.
Chickens have come home.
Are you
to roost.
seeing what the expression is?
Poultry. The poultry has come home to roost.
Hard to believe it's come to this when they had everything clicking for so many years.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that it's hard. Like, you're not used to this, but now it's kind of feeling more familiar. It's like a kind of feeling like an old pair of jeans that you slip into right now with the Cardinals being, 5 games below 500 in June.
Mo was just a small part of the problem. Fans have a problem with the DeWitts. I got an email at the 2 Fox last night. Some guy said, Martin, why don't they just sell the team if they don't want to win? I think they want to win, and they have been advised and talked to by people like Hein Bloom. Here's how we're going to go about it. I think they're trying to win, but it's going to be a step back.
Of course they want to win. The DeWitts have spent money. They have. They've spent money that goes beyond their market size, at least. They spent beyond that. It hasn't been because they're cheap. It's if they've made the wrong decisions on too many people.
Spent money poorly.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Day one of Martin ignoring the YouTube chat. Have we not read from the YouTube chat multiple times? I believe John Scores was referenced. The overbearing sports dad is in there. If they actually play some exciting prospects like Weatherholt, that will help attendance. I have said that for a while now. I think you got to find a way. If it's even close, put them on that opening day roster.
Well, they're almost going to have to, aren't they? Who else they have? Especially if you trade Donovan.
So JC can play second, I guess, if they don't want to hurry him.
Why in the world would you put Weatherholt down in the minors for another year?
Yeah, I would make it for the whole year. If they started him there, I guess you could say
why?
Well, service time manipulation.
Are we not doing any drops today? KG, take over the board.
Whatever, dude. I can't. I'm not dealing with that.
That's from John Scores, who wants KG to do a
They don't actually want drops. They just want to complain about drops. If I actually played the ton of drops. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I don't. But that don't work for them. What are we doing?
What we do? We work for the fans.
We love
Doug,
the
are you
audience.
a big old fan at heart?
I'm just a fan.
Well, I'm not going to be bullied into playing drops. I'll play them when I damn well please.
Wow, feisty papers.
Well, I'm part of the conversation here a little bit today.
I know,
man down.
You have a different role.
I only have 2 hands, man. How many hands do you have? You have 3? I have 2.
I have you.
More hands make less work, though.
Mm-hmm.
I gave up on this team when they didn't listen to Tim.
No.
And they didn't trade Goldie when he still had value back in 2023. That's from Bobby Big Wheels.
Is Tim here?
No, he's not here today.
Was Mo looking for Tim? Was he disappointed he wasn't there?
Got 1 or 2 many questions from Doug and the cat.
Junior spent the money. B3, the DeWitt III, is trying to maximize money, put cheap product on the field. That's from Ollie Doesn't Know. I think Mr. DeWitt, who is Bill Jr., is still heavily involved in the decision-making. The question is, are they now, this would be interesting, if you cut Arenado and you say, well, that's the money we just saved, like we really are starting. Boy, if you DFA Arenado, you're going to eat a lot of money. I don't think we're there yet.
I would never do that.
I think you still are willing to pay a lot for him to play for the Angels or another team. It is amazing how quickly this has happened right in front of us, right? 3 years ago, you're coming off a division-winning team, a home playoff series, albeit a letdown, and now Arenado 3. Like, you're just talking about a potential Hall of Fame player. Like, who'll take him? How much can we pay? I mean, it happened quick. But the lockout's coming. A lot of people keep saying the lockout's coming. Again, they're trying to position themselves.
I know, but it's coming for every other team in baseball, too. Are they all just going to throw their hands up and say, oh, we don't care if we lose 100 games this year because there's a lockout coming? That doesn't seem like a very smart way to run your business either.
Go get him, Jackson. Don't take any of that BS. Do your thing. It's from Who's On First.
Try my best.
Now, I'd love it if the follow-up text from Who's On First said, now play some drops.
There's also the thing where if you're rookie of the year, if your player wins rookie of the year, you get that extra draft pick to kind of incentivize teams to not manipulate service time. So that could help in the Weatherholt starting opening day second baseman. I think he's pretty high up on the odds.
I think if at some point early in the year or bulk of the season you're seeing Liam Doyle, you're seeing J.J. Weatherholt, I just think the Gorman Walker thing is what's going to wear. There's the fatigue for people who are saying, all right, we're going with the youth. The fatigue is if those guys continue to struggle.
Agreed. Weatherholt is currently plus 700 to win Rookie of the Year. That's the third best odds in the NL. So if you do get that, you get the extra draft pick. Could be nice. And would more so likely incentivize the Cardinals to start him on opening day.
Hey, Jackie Screech, more New York mic drops now.
Okay.
New York Mike would be Francesa. Okay.
So what'd your grandma think?
I don't know. I haven't talked to her yet.
Hey, guys, stay woke.
That's what they want.
I don't want to interrupt anything. Am I interrupting something?
Did you know that, that obviously you're trying to do that?
I'm a starter at heart.
Did you know you were trying to do that, Doug?
I did. But how bad are we as hosts when that's what the people want to listen to?
That's what they
instead
want.
Of our hot takes.
Get screwed.
I got to say, I had a discussion at one point with Cousin John, loyal listener. He said, I got to admit, I do like the drop.
Yeah, but there it's about place them correctly, It's not about just hammering them.
Sometimes they just want you to hammer the drops.
Yeah,
but you are a wizard.
They like to complain.
No, but yeah, that's true. But you're also a wizard at timing.
Usually. Sometimes I'm off my game. I don't care.
Some of those. Why are you flustered?
I'm not flustered.
Are you worried about Mizzou tonight not playing well in the Braggin Rights game?
No. If they win, it's gravy. If they lose, I expected it. Yeah. I'm not sure if Trent Pierce or Jaden Stone's going to play. That's very material. The people don't like to talk about it. Those are two great players.
I was looking at Weatherholt stats from last year. Last year in the minors, with two different teams, he hit a combined 306, 17 homers, stole 23 bases.
Pretty good.
If he's not on your team to start, then what are we doing here?
I think he will be.
I have to say, a high school kid that's a superstar, it's hard to ignore, right? The next Bryce Harper, whatever. But I like the idea of drafting college guys because then, get them here soon.
Yeah, batteries included.
Batteries included.
And that's another 3 or 4 years of physical development, too.
For sure.
To have a better idea of what you're really going to deal with.
Yeah. For sure.
So you get a Liam Doyle, you get a Weatherholt. They played a couple of years of college ball. They're further along.
Especially pitchers, I think. Because then you also get to see what they're like against premier competition. You'll see some guys in high school who won't give up an earned run for 5 straight games because they're just not playing guys who are very good.
High school you can't. No. I mean, if he's throwing 95, that's 95 anywhere.
Right.
But it's the hitters that are hard to judge.
Right. So if you can get them against especially SEC quality opponents,
yeah,
it's really valuable. And we had Michael Wellington in here who he's a big Tennessee baseball guy, big Tony Vitello guy. He loves the Liam Doyle pick. He wanted them up immediately.
Most of the guys who are stars, most of the guys who are big impact players in the major leagues, a lot of them are ready to go by 22 or 23.
It was certainly ready to get a chance.
Yeah, and most are in their prime at 27.
Right. What do you have to lose this year,
Yeah.
Try everybody out. Give everyone a look.
Martin,
you still got you got some arms on you? Still got a little arm in you?
Not much, no.
Well.
Crafty. I'd be the crafty lefty, but I'm right-handed. Fire Gates, bring in Kim English. I don't think English at Providence.
Topic.
Not a great.
Yeah, he's had a rough run of late.
Not a great run last year with your Providence squad. All right, we're going to break because it's Monday. We're going to talk to Gabe DeArmond. The Colonel is en route. We'll talk more about Dennis Gates' squad. Mizzou in town to take on the Illini, Fighting Illini. Illinois has 3 losses, but UConn, Alabama, and then that Nebraska loss, which apparently they're a pretty good team. So we'll talk about the Braggin Rights game. Also, new offensive coordinator hired this weekend by Eli Drinkwitz. Gabe next here on TMA. Hopefully you made it by the Village Bar this weekend because the tasting room was open for 1879 Distilling. We've been telling you about this. The barn out back at Village Bar is the home to 1879 Distilling. That's where they make Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye. So many great premium small batch liquors, award-winning throughout the region. And on Saturdays in December, they've opened up the tasting room, which is right there on the east end of the Village Bar. So after you grab a cheeseburger, watch the game, have some waffle fries, hanging out with your friends, make sure and take part in the tasting room, which is also a great little gift shop for all things Village Bar and 1879. There really is a difference when you order a drink. Make sure you're asking for it by name. 1879 Distilling, which has a heritage of St. Louis distilling, which goes back to the, I think, early 1800s. Read the whole story. Great website as well. It's kind of an homage to the German heritage of making premium liquors in this town. People are starting to ask for it around town. You're seeing it pop up at grocery stores, restaurants. Ask for it specifically and read their story at 1879 Distilling. There really is a difference there with the quality, the taste. You'll taste the difference as well. So stop by the Village Bar. You're doing that anyway, hanging out with friends, watching the game. And now, 1879 Distilling Tasting Room open on Saturdays throughout December.
Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Missouri has hired a new offensive coordinator. It is Chip Lindsey, who's been calling plays for Michigan Wolverines for the past season. Gabe DeArmond is on hold, and he's going to talk more about it with us here coming up on the other side of this break. This is another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
I'm going to sing a song called Missouri, which I
got hit with a 40-second YouTube ad before. God, that was so frustrating.
I was about to say, great tease by Papers, because in the update, he mentions the new OC for Mizzou and then mentions Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou, with us, and Gabe is on the line. And Gabe, there's always news, football. We'll get to the bragging rights, I guess. Everything you know about Chip Lindsey in 30 seconds or less.
He's been a whole lot of places for a whole lot of years, and if you're looking for reasons to think it's a great hire, you can find those. And if you're looking for reasons you hate the hire, you could probably find those.
There you go. That's less than 30 seconds. Yeah, last year at Michigan, that was his only year there. He was in North Carolina with Drake May, which has been pointed out. Like all these coaches, a lot of stops along the way. He steps in. Kirby Moore, of course, gone. So I guess this means Drinkwitz can't go to Michigan if he just hired their OC. That would be awkward.
I wouldn't say can't, but it seems pretty unlikely.
I think Doug advocated that they just hire an assistant. I said they're about one scandal away from just shutting this team down for a year.
Well, I mean, the whole department's under investigation by, I think it's the university, so things are going well in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, the latest guy was hacking into the phones or the computers of some of the girls on campus. Is that right?
Well, I haven't seen that particular one, but I'm not necessarily – I don't think Sharon Moore has earned the benefit of the doubt that he didn't do anything, So, sure, that seems possible.
This is the point where Gabe says, I don't work for Power Michigan. I work for Power Mizzou. Gator Bowl this weekend. I'm guessing they haven't left. My theory was Drake would make an appearance at Braggin Rights, then the team would roll out. Virginia and Mizzou. It is a Saturday night game coming up this week. And boy, a lot of people have either left the program. We've got injuries like Trotter. You have a sense of what's this game about? Is it just kind of more work for Matt Zollers?
Well, no, I think they've got two things. And they are leaving tomorrow. I don't have any idea if Eli Drinkwitz will be in St. Louis or not, but the team leaves tomorrow for Jacksonville. But I think they have two goals, and I'm not sure which one is number one and which is number two, but to score more points than Virginia. I think they do want to win the game. I think it matters. And then to get Ahmad Hardy the single-season Missouri rushing record, which he needs 68 yards to beat Cody Schrader, which is the officially recognized record. The one I recognize is Devin West from 1998, and he needs 144 to get to that. And then, obviously everybody's going to be paying attention to Matt Zollers, but I don't think by any means are you making your quarterback decision next year based on really anything that happens in this game. But it would do well, I think, for Matt and for the fan base to see him play fairly well.
We should probably know this, but what's the discrepancy between the Devin West number and the Schrader number?
So in 1998, bowl game numbers did not count toward individual records. So he had 1578 at the end of the regular season and then ran for 125 in the Inside Bowl, which they do not include in his total, but I think should, which would make that total 1703.
Who would you say is the best of all those guys? Who's the best running back Missouri has ever had?
The best they've ever had? I mean, I always have to clarify this, that I can really only talk since about 1985. I mean, I know there are definitely people who will say James Wilder. I don't know. I only ever saw James Wilder playing for awful Tampa Bay teams. Devin is as good as any of them I've seen. I would put Henry Josie in the conversation, and I think Ahmad Hardy is in that conversation now.
Yeah, I would say so. Chase Daniel, the best quarterback they've had since you've been covering them?
Yeah, I mean, kind of best, Heisman finalist, won the most games, all that. I like physically, no, but as far as the program and what he did on the field, I think he has to be.
It was kind of nice to hear Hardy just so definitively, hey, man, why would I go anywhere? Because that would, in the era we're living in, he's the classic player that somebody would try and poach.
For sure. And, came out and Missouri put out the graphic that he had re-signed. And as I said on our show last night, there are a whole lot of people across the country just now understanding for the first time that there's a difference between re-signed that has a hyphen and resigned that doesn't. The initial graphic from Missouri said that Ahmad Hardy resigned, and that would have been catastrophic, I think, for the program if he just said, I don't want to be a running back anymore. I'm done.
I did see that. We had a lot of fun with semantics. So Mizzou's got their bowl game. Then we have the college football playoff, which is down to the final 8. That Bama, Indiana Rose Bowl certainly has a lot of people's intrigue. What jumps out at you of our final 8 teams still standing?
Yeah, I think, Texas Tech, Oregon should be a great game. And, full disclosure, I did watch Bama, Oklahoma. That was a good game. And then I watched one quarter of Miami and A&M, and the important quarter. That was all I saw as far as football this weekend, because the other 2 games were certainly not worth the time. But I think really all 4 of these games could be pretty good. I think we've probably pretty clearly, no offense to the Notre Dame fans, got the 8 most deserving teams here.
I guess Texas A&M, as good as they were at times, they always felt a little shaky to me. I never quite trusted them.
Well, I don't think anybody's ever quite trusted Texas A&M, right? That's kind of their program history. But also, I didn't trust Mario Cristobal. So, it was the movable force and the resistible object.
You think with Tulane getting thumped by Ole Miss and James Madison beaten badly by Oregon, there'll be more calls to change the system? I mean, there was already a lot of calls for that, but you think a lot of people say, oh, okay, we've tried this. This is not working.
Yeah, there are a ton. And, I do get it. I think you should do something I like those teams having a chance to have access. But I think maybe you could come up with something where it's hey, the conference champs are only automatically in, if they're in the top 16 or whatever. Come up with some sort of a qualification so you don't have these teams that are just quite obviously completely outmatched the second they take the field. James Madison managed to put up some points, but Oregon could have had 97 drives, and they probably would have scored on 96 of them.
We might be burying the lead because I think producer Joe hooked up Gabe with a easy pass, which producer Joe, he only comes on this show when he can promote Joe, that is, to promote his easy pass. So you're headed to the Braggin Rights game tonight. What's your expectation from this in a game that historically is hard to predict?
Yeah, my expectation is certainly Illinois to win the game. I think they're the better team, but like you said, historically, sometimes that doesn't happen in this game. I was looking a little bit today. It's really Illinois does a very good job of not turning the ball over. Missouri is pretty reliant defensively on forcing you to turn the ball over. On the other side, this Missouri team is turning it over more than any Dennis Gates team has offensively, but Illinois does not force turnovers. Legitimately one of the 4 lowest teams in the country as far as opposing turnover percentage. So it might be as simple as whichever team holds on to the ball better and makes its shots. Neither one is they're both solid three-point shooting teams, neither one great, but almost the entire reason Missouri has struggled is their three-point defense. They are bottom 3rd in the country in defending the 3, and I don't know if you guys know, 3s are worth more points than 2s, so they tend to do more damage.
Gabe, I saw some warm-up video yesterday of Jaden Stone, who had a soft cast on his non-shooting hand, and then Trent Pierce looking like he was also warming up. Do you anticipate either of those guys playing one, maybe the other, or neither?
Yeah, I don't really know. The way Dennis Gates talked yesterday was Jaden Stone wants to play, we'll see. But, he had a cast on, and just having covered Dennis, when he starts to say the guy wants to play and we'll see, that means in 2 weeks the guy might play.
Right.
I'm not even trying to be funny. That's that's generally how it's gone. With Trent Pierce, I know he was in the background of a video warming up. And by the way, it always amazes me. Anytime a video is posted, it amazes me what sports fans find. It's never the person that's talking or what's going on. It's always something that's going on in the background that I personally wouldn't even have noticed if it wasn't pointed out. But our last information was that Trent hasn't been practicing. I have a hard time believing that he's suddenly going to play tonight. And honestly, if he does, it kind of brings up the question of, okay, was this really an injury thing? Because this is always the game where the first semester is over. Like, you remember Paulo Linney made his debut in this game, guys that have transferred in midseason or whatever. A lot of guys have made their debuts in this game because it technically is the start of the second semester. So, I mean, if Trent Pierce all of a sudden goes from not practicing to playing tonight, I think it almost leads to more questions.
Because we don't even know what the injury is, right? If it is an injury, we don't know what it is.
There's been some talk that it's a hip. I've never seen that, like, officially, no, I don't know what it is. There has been some talk that it was a lower body, a leg thing that led to a hip thing, but I don't know that for sure. I haven't seen that, like, actually reported by anyone.
Because Illinois is pretty good, do you look at this as any kind of gauge as to how Mizzou will fare when we get to the SEC in terms of some of the top teams that they're going to be playing here over the next couple of months?
I mean, I don't know if it's a gauge because basketball is such a, hey, one day you're great and the next day you're awful, but it's hugely important. I mean, they have 0 quad 1 or 2 wins. The Notre Dame loss just got worse. They lost to Purdue Fort Wayne over the weekend. I mean, there are only 4 teams in the top 75 that don't have a quad 1 or 2 win, and none of the rest of them play in a major conference. So Missouri's got to get some stuff done. And we're almost at the point they've got this. They've got Florida to open the SEC. They've got Kentucky. They're at Kentucky. They've got one more really tough game. I don't know it off the top of my head. And then they're at Ole Miss. I mean, you're staring at, like, you got 5 games where 0-5 is not out of the question. And if you do that, I mean, this thing's over. People are going to check out. So the next 2.5, 3 weeks really determine, just how much attention people are going to pay to this team.
Is there a buzz in Columbia about this game tonight, that it is urgent for them to win, or the fan base kind of treating it just like any other game?
Yeah, no, I don't think people are. I mean, and I think it's twofold. We have become so football-centered, not just obviously Columbia and Mizzou fans, but I mean everywhere. It's the only thing that matters, right? And the football season now lasts into mid-January. And not only that, you've got the portal and the coaching carousel. Like, the off-season is just as big a deal as the season. So nobody really pays attention to college basketball until at least Valentine's Day, except for the diehards. And realistically, it's later than that. I mean, it has become a very niche sport where, like, you have to be one of the diehards, I think, to really be focused on any sort of a regular season game. And then the second thing, like we've talked about over and over, like, this fan base is not into this team, and this team hasn't given them any reason to be. They've beaten 9 really bad teams, a fairly bad team, and lost to the only 2 good teams they played. I mean, they've got to give the fan base something to get into, and they just haven't done it yet.
Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou, with us on Mondays. It's presented by James Carlton from Carlton State Farm Insurance. Gabe gets a couple of weeks off. Our next visit will be on January 5th. We'll be previewing more college football playoff at that point, and probably a lot of Tiger football players coming in and going between now and then. But enjoy the old Braggin Rights showdown tonight in St. Louis.
Yeah, I thought you meant I got time off, like actual time off. You just meant I get time off from you guys.
This. Yeah. This doesn't. I know it doesn't really count in your life. Yes.
Yeah, so appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
All right, Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou every Monday and Friday, but we don't have a show this Friday, and we don't have a show next Monday, Friday.
Or next Friday.
Because we're in the Skeleton on Steroids next week, which is the best of. Papers, is it all complete, your work?
We've done 5 days. We've completed 5 days of best ofs.
How many do you need?
7 days.
7.
So
we're there. We're almost there.
2 left. So we've done some work. A little Sunday work yesterday helped out.
Is the spread tonight? Somebody texted 9.5.
9.5.
That's the
Illinois is favored by 9.5 points.
2 years ago, this game was a big blowout, but that was the year Mizzou went winless in the SEC.
The year before that, Mizzou blew out Illinois. Let's make sure to mention that.
Jeez, okay.
Illinois currently ranked 18, but they're really good. They've played a tough schedule.
They're
more
good.
battle-tested than
undoubtedly, and they're just simply better talent-wise. But as we've talked about before, this game can get wonky. And, I think people might just be like, you're Homer, Jackson, whatever. But Jaden Stone, I keep saying it, and it might sound really bad, but I think he's a huge part of this team scoring-wise. I think it'll make everybody better. Like Mark Mitchell being your number one scoring option isn't great just because he's one-dimensional scoring-wise. Stone is a 3-level scorer. Having him will make a difference. What difference it will make, I don't know, but I know that the team can play better, and I think he's a big engine for that.
We're talking about Ahmad Hardy, then we got into the best running backs ever. Doug, the all-time leading rusher for your Missouri Tigers is Brad Smith, of course, quarterback, who's a great running quarterback. And then number 2, so the running back that is actually highest on the list of all-time
Brock Olivo was up there for a while anyway.
Yeah, I think it's season-wise, but this is career rushing.
Career rushing.
It's recent.
Johnny Rowland was a great
No, this is
one.
recent. It's amazing how many of the names are actually from somewhat modern era.
Roundtree?
Yes, Larry Roundtree is second all-time.
Yeah.
And Brad Smith, obviously quarterback, but Roundtree 3,720, 3,720 yards. And then it's Zach Abram. That surprises me.
Yeah.
Brock Olivo, number 4. Devin West, number 5. Remember they had Olivo, West, and then Ernest Blackwell. They were all there kind of around the same time.
Some of those records might be safe as players come and go every year. Not going to be a lot of guys play for 4 years anymore.
A little college football news breaking right before we got to Gabe. Bobby Petrino taking over as offensive coordinator with the Tar Heels and Bill Belichick.
Wow.
Staff just got younger in Chapel Hill. Bobby Petrino. Who, in your mind right now, what do you see?
The picture with the neck brace.
Neck brace. Red face neck brace. You just can't erase it. Henry Josie, number 6 all-time. Tyler Beatty, who changed his name now to Bidet?
Bidet.
You sure?
Tyler Bidet. He said that's always how it's pronounced.
But did we just got it
never
wrong
corrected
all those
anybody.
years?
He just never corrected
I don't think
anybody.
you'd want your last name as Bidet.
I swear. Bidet into the end zone. 15-yarder for Bidet or Bill.
You have one day with a bidet.
Tony Temple is 9th on the list. Corby Jones, another quarterback, 10th. You know what? Ish Witter is 11th. Some of these names. Now, Cody Schrader only had 2 years.
Right, that's the thing.
2 monster years. But he is
similar with Ahmad Hardy, too.
And I think even like a James Wilder, I think he transferred maybe, but also back then, if you freshman, sophomore, you didn't really play.
Mm-hmm.
Then junior, you'd get your big chance. Then senior, so you didn't have 3-4 years of compiling.
But Brad Smith still number 1.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, he was good.
You know who's the number 1 tax guy? Tax attorney?
Oh, Mark Milton.
Yeah, an Illinois guy.
Papers, he's taking control. He's just pushing people out of the way.
That's right.
This is like a sale at Macy's. He's pushing his way to the front of the counter.
I'm sure Mark Milton will be at the game tonight. He's a big Illinois fan, huge Illinois fan. He went to Illinois, a number 1 accounting program in the country, and then he got his law degree from St. Louis U, so he's even a bigger Billiken fan, I think, than Illinois. Either way, he's a fan of helping you out of problems with your taxes. You have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, that kind of thing, or you could even be facing IRS criminal investigation. Those are major legal problems that Mark Milton can help you with in your battle against a godforsaken tax man. Mark Milton and STLTaxLawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark earned his accounting degree from Illinois, as we told you, law degree from St. Louis U, and now he lives right here in the St. Louis area, helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. He used to work for the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington and represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This is one of the best guys in the country for helping people out of any tax problems that you might have. Again, the website is STLTaxLawyer.com, and you'll be saying, I am not guilty, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Oh, we'll have Coach Carlton stopping by, James Carlton. Also, 10 o'clock hour. It's a good friends of the show just to stop by. What do you say, Doug? People like to just hang with us. They swing by this show.
Ours is the type of show where friends feel they can drop by at any time.
And they will this week. Pierre Desir, former NFL defensive back, is now the new coach, that would be head coach, at Lutheran High School. Great story. Played at Lindenwood, made it to the NFL. Great guy. He'll be with us. Football Talk, 10 o'clock hour. And then on Tuesday, my guy, Ty Hawkins, in the balloon party window of 10 o'clock, the 10 o'clock hour, morning news anchor at Fox 2, loves the hoop rock, Jackson. We're always talking basketball. You guys will get to chop it up. All that coming up here. TMA live programming this week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Then the Best of kicks in
Festival
full
of best
tilt.
ofs.
The festival of best ofs then will take over. It's the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
Hey, Missouri, if you have not heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State. And they are kicking things off with an offer that is tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and then you get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more, you can bet it all on an app that is safe, secure, and super easy to use. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri. You can join the excitement because Missouri, it is your time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'. Opposing pitchers gonna have nothing. Jordan Walker finally coming round. This man child could be Cooperstown bound. Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy, always making the B-fib happy. Luke and Baker got legs like a trunk, always line drives, never in a funk.
Well,
Look out now.
we'll have updated music for you February 16th through the 20th, live from spring training. We'll get to know the fellas, Doug. That's what we'll do.
Okay.
Chance to hold them accountable, too.
It's going to be hard to know who they are without a roster in our hands.
I want to see Papers walk into that club. I'm looking for Dick Fitz, Richard Fitz. Can you join us on the show?
Like Ben Stein and Ferris Bueller.
Yes.
Fitz. I'm looking
Fitz, Richard.
Voodoo economics.
Kind of feels like Donovan's going to be the next domino to fall.
Probably going.
Didn't our guy Saucy Jack announce that he was going to Seattle?
Or Big Saucy?
Big Saucy, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Big Saucy.
2 or 3 more prospects for him. And then Arenado, I don't know what kind of prospects you're going to get there. Would that be about the end of it, do you think?
I think these negotiations, both Sonny Gray and Wilson Contreras with Boston, the return in terms of what player they're willing to give you can be a little bit based on the money as well. Like, all right, we'll give you a little extra. Okay. Because if you're asking them to carry the freight in terms of the salary, I think they're less likely to give you. I think the Contreras deal, where you only give up $8 million, you save $33 million, and then you get 3 pitchers in return. It's not bad. I saw what Doug, you said that one outlet gave them both an A. Mm-hmm. I saw a couple things online where fans said it's a fail for both. Huh. It's a fail for both.
Well, why would it necessarily be a fail?
Because it's a
Boston
fan.
Got a first baseman.
Doug, it's a fan.
Oh.
I think Contreras will hit a bunch of doubles for sure.
Oh, I think so.
Off the Green Monster.
He gets in a lineup, a lot of hitters around him, too.
I think they'll love him in Boston.
And because it's a huge media town for covering that team.
I think they're going to love him.
And he is candid. He can be really charismatic and
fire.
Emotional. Yeah, I mean, that town that love.
That's if things go well for you. If things go well, they'll love you.
Right.
If you get off to a slow start, it can be a rough place to be.
Yeah, kind of like Philly.
They didn't even like Ted Williams that much.
Yeah, Teddy Ball game.
Mm-hmm.
But Contreras is fun. 80 RBIs last year. That was his career high.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Look at that. Guys, one good thing about Tim being absent, his phone is not there. We don't have to hear every text that's sent in from Licks, Wacko, Henshin, or Steve. It's a Christmas gift to us all. It's from Professor Roy Hinckley. To be fair, it's not Tim's phone.
No, that would
it's not like he's personally getting a text.
That text, in fact, wasn't accurate at all.
It's
like not even close.
But we have not heard, just on the text line today, from the likes of Licks, Wacko, Henshin. Henshin's busy because there's a Monday Night Football game.
My girl Bill.
That's a good song right there.
And then you get a little bit of a dichotomy. Mr. Sider, shut up, Pale. Mizzou going to get beat up.
Sure.
Next one, Paper should get a bonus. That's
nice.
from the mayor of Melville.
Nice.
Conflicting opinions.
Right. Well, the Tigers can still get rolled, and then I get a bonus, right? Like, both things could be true.
I think they're just saying the great job you're doing, right?
Oh, but what if, I only get a bonus if Missouri wins?
You decide you're not going to the game tonight?
I'm probably not going, no.
You're watching it with friends.
Watch it with friends, yeah.
I wonder if it's sold out.
There were tickets. This was almost a week ago. There were some tickets on the actual Enterprise site. Now, that was last week. Guys, Peja's son is so hot he can fill it up.
Peja Stojakovic's son, Andrei Stojakovic.
Tigers could be mesmerized by his beauty. That's from the Horny Banker.
Missouri actually played Andrei Stojakovic last season when he was with Cal Golden Bear. Missouri played them and got the win over Cal, but he was awesome. And I was frustrated that Missouri didn't go get him. Instead, Illinois got him.
He's pretty good ball player. And then they just added another player from that whole area.
I saw that. Can Missouri do that? Can we add some guys? Just willy-nilly? I'd like to do that.
I don't know what's going on over there in that greater Croatia area, but Illinois has...
They grow them tall over there.
Mm-hmm.
The men are really tall. When I was there on vacation once, one of the things that the tour guide said is, you might notice all the men here are really tall.
Yeah.
I started looking around. They're like 6'5", 6'6", everyone you see.
Eastern Europeans, a lot of them, very tall.
Did this start when the Bulls got Tony Kukoc? You think that's why Illinois is now bigger?
Probably let that in.
Now we have Texture Wars. Starfish Street said wrong. Sharon is your worst texter.
No, she's among the best.
Sharon's Ladue pool boy. No, it's Sharon. Jackson, can I have my text name entered? Now, wait a minute. We're not doing that this time of year, are we?
No, January, the 5th of January, when we're back on January 5th. I'll start doing that again.
Guys, is the return of Arenado really that important, or is it more dumping the salary, opening the spot? Yeah, I don't think any return on Arenado is expected, to be honest. I mean, if you get a player, it's fine. I think that at this point, if anybody would take him in a portion of the salary, I think that's what they're looking for.
It's been my position that if you're still paying the salary, don't give him away. Play him.
But then then we're just in the same spot again.
But maybe he turns it around. Maybe he starts to get better, and there is a market later.
Yeah, what about the last 2.5 seasons has shown that will happen?
What's your number? So if I say you got to pay, he's owed, let's say, I have to look at it. He's owed $30 million, 27, 25, whatever. Would you pay half for him to leave? And then you save half.
And get zero for it?
I got a guy from Single A that's a catcher, because we like catchers.
Which is zero. So would you get rid of half the contract
if you can save
to get
half.
nothing? Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
If you can get half of it back.
Now, if you had to pay 2/3, it's getting up there. Now you're getting uncomfortable. God, I wonder if they
It
would
seems
be a
like it
fan.
would make more sense to put him in the lineup and think maybe he's still got something left. Maybe he puts together a solid month or two, and you could deal him for something better.
And not that it matters, but as unhappy as he was with the situation in the last couple of years, wanting them to add veterans, can you imagine just how miserable
Well,
he
dude,
was?
they already waved him goodbye. They put him out on the field. He waved everybody goodbye. He can't come back.
Don't get mad about it.
No, I'm just saying,
he's not coming back.
Like they've already said.
I know, but it's fun to think about.
It would be.
It's
It'd be
4-hour
funny.
show.
It'd be funny. Don't get me wrong. It'd be funny.
It would be funny if he's like, 2 years ago I asked them to add on and get some more veterans. And now everyone's gone except me.
Yeah, right. That's gonna be. And then he already Contreras didn't wave by on the field. Sonny Gray didn't wave by in the field. Nolan Arenado did. He's the only one still left on the team of those guys, which is probably, if I'm in his shoes, a little frustrating.
Well, but if there's tens of millions of dollars involved, you can
right.
get past a wave goodbye if you think you could play your hand a little bit better down the road. I don't imagine that he's going to be back. But I'm just saying I would have a hard time if I was the DeWitts saying we're just going to DFA a guy and pay him $30 million and get zero in return. Not another player, not a third baseman for a few months. That would be really hard.
I don't think they're going to DFA him for sure. I think they're going to move him, but the return they get is probably going to be minimal, if anything.
Martin, here I am. Tim said he was forwarding all the messages to you into the old stump. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. So he is out there,
Old
Doug.
stump. They called you the old stump, Doug. That's not fair.
I didn't mind it. I've gotten to the point where there's really nothing you can call me that I would be upset by.
Don't give it any power.
I don't think. No, I guess I shouldn't put that out there, but
you can
Shut
call
up,
Doug.
ravioli head.
Which one of you mokes do I pay to get my text read? And then the next one says, Pale has hit his stride this year. This year? Oh, nice. Pele Blanco with a shout out to your work for all of the 2025 calendar.
And what a year it's been.
Guys, the worst texter is Master Bama. That's Harrison's brother. I'm assuming he's referring to Harrison's brother, Master, who I believe is he was at the Blues game in Florida on Saturday. It's a good game to be at. Blues winning 6-2 over the Florida Panthers, two-time defending Stanley Cup champions, and now tonight in Tampa to take on the Lightning. You heard our visit with Chris Kerber earlier about the spark they're getting from Jonathan Berggren. The key to the season. He was picked up less than a week ago from the Detroit Red Wings, and now he's scoring goals for the Note. Bennington in net tonight. Hofer got the win over the weekend.
You asked Kerber if he could tell the difference when the college kids were in town with the crowd. Wouldn't it be more fun if the senior citizens were the ones that were really rowdy, yelling and screaming and climbing over the glass? Wouldn't that be hysterical?
With their canes banging on the glass. Well, I've heard him reference that on the broadcast, saying, hey, it's the college break. That's when the college people start showing up, and how there's a different energy, and it's kind of rowdy maybe. And the Blues are back home on Saturday against Nashville. And then next Monday against Buffalo. Not to go full Douglas, Doug Vaughn. I'm not going to read the entire schedule. but we can't.
I'm not against the schedule reading.
I'm not against our friends, our title sponsor friends. That's Brown and Crouppen. And neither is Tim, and he's going to tell you about them presently.
Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the Morning After and has been for a long time, and we are thrilled to have them back for 2026. They are local. That is why you hear Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman in studio with us on Tuesdays because they are right here in the St. Louis area. They know the community. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, don't you want somebody who is local? That's Brown and Crouppen. Online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen, a part of the St. Louis community. They value the St. Louis community, and you can always call for free any day, anytime, or Brown and Crouppen will come to you for free because they don't get paid unless you get paid. Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
From the 618, I saw Doug at the hockey game the other day with that front row Kirkwood money. Yeah, you were at the game, sitting front and center.
Yeah. It's hard to go and sit anywhere other than the front row now at this point once you become
And that's when you wear the sweater that says the Vaughn on the back of your jersey. Guys, I'd like to nominate myself for Worst Texter of the Year. Would be a nice Christmas present to win an arbitrarily meaningless award from a sports talk show. That's from Doug V's BBL.
We've never had a Worst Texter award, have we?
Yes, we have.
We have? Mm-hmm. And who won it?
You've done Worst Texter?
Yeah, I feel like Harrison's Brother Master has won before. Yeah, we've definitely done Worst Texter before.
Okay.
Arbor Day is a 2-time Best Texter.
You think Harrison's Brother Master could be like Worst Texter Emeritus?
Lifetime Achievement Award.
Guys, I miss Tim. Will he be back this week, or must I suffer Timless until January 5th? There we go. Gone away. That would be from that one guy.
He'll hear him on the Best Stuff shows.
Yeah, you will.
You just heard his voice a second ago. You're not Timless entirely. How about our Chicago Bulls? They're on a 2-game winning streak. That's from the Bulls fan, Greg.
Big Tough says he saw me in the bathroom at the hockey game, and Stump is a very accurate nickname.
Wow. How does that feel?
Why would you call Doug anything other than a sexy piece of man meat? That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Yeah, sure, I get that a lot.
Right.
All right. You know what else I get a lot is having the folks at Design Air come over to my house once a year at least to do the regular maintenance on my furnace. You should have that done too, especially if you have a gas furnace. Very important to keep it properly maintained. As so far, we haven't had a very tough winter, and the weather's supposed to be nice here all week, but don't sleep on that furnace. You never know when it might get really cold, and then you're going to wish that furnace is humming at 100% efficiency, and that's what the guys at Design Air can do. Seth Goldcamp and his crew have been around since 1904. Well, Seth hasn't been around since 1904. His family certainly has. 4th generation, family-owned business. They believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. So visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. You'll be happy that you did. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904, and it's also home of the handsome repairman. Maybe you'll get Larry the Silver Fox. I just don't know. You can get the bold and daring Adam. Whoever you get, whatever technician comes out, they've all been around with the company for many years. There's nothing you can throw at them that they haven't seen. They do fantastic work. They've been keeping St. Louis comfortable for 121 years now. That's designairservice.com.
All right, I have a clarification for you, Papers. Jackson, can I please have my text name entered as Musburger Vaughn? Thank you in advance. Have a great show. Note the date because I've tried for 2 months.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah,
Musburger Vaughn.
I've been texting entry since November. Don't half read my text, Martin.
Don't tell us what to read and what not to read.
Okay, but apparently I didn't give it full context. My apologies to Darnell Nurse, who is transitioning to Musburger Vaughn.
That's a hockey player, right, Darnell Nurse?
Sounds right.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure he plays
like
for the
NBA
Oilers.
Who's the NBA coach? Oh, Nick Nurse.
Nick Nurse, head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Was he the Bucks coach for like a week or something?
He was the Raptors coach when they won it all. And then I think maybe he had a cup of coffee with the Bucks, and now is the coach of the Sixers. Although I don't know if he was ever the coach of the Bucks. The more I think about it, I think you're thinking of Mike Budenholzer.
Oh,
what?
You watch your language.
Budenholzer?
Yeah, that's right.
He was there for a while.
Yeah, I thought they should have fired him after they won the championship. He mismanaged that entire team. I'm not going to get into 2021 Bucks talk.
No, it's some serious hoop rock. Let's take a break because we need one. I can just tell the group needs a break. It's the morning after. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you here till 11. TMA powered by Brown and Crouppen. Oh, the St. Louis Zoo debit card, something pretty cool that Together Credit Union rolled out this year, a partnership with the St. Louis Zoo, the zoo that takes care of 12,000 animals. They have over 450 different species, and there's a reason why Together Credit Union said, let's help these folks out. That Zoo debit card will round up the change from your transactions, donating that money to the St. Louis Zoo. Those donations help further the zoo's mission of animal care and management, wildlife conservation, research, education. Can also help people of all ages and abilities connect with animals, improving the zoo for generations of families and animals to come. So down the road, you're helping do that. Every purchase, they round it up. That's what Together Credit Union's partnership with the zoo is all about. When you get that St. Louis Zoo debit card, you also get special perks, including discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, and more. Sign up now. You also get the Sea Lion plush toy. How do you get it? Pretty simple. Open an account online, togethercu.org/zoo, or stop by any of the 14 local branches. Don't wait. Sign up today and support the St. Louis Zoo. Visit togethercu.org. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. I just saw Coach Kiowski, John Kiowski, the boss here. He's working. A lot of the sales folks. We were saying, blasphemy, Doug. All of us, blasphemy, saying nobody's working on this Monday.
Yeah, they're all here.
On this holiday week. And then Coach Carlton, James Carlton, is here as well. Would have been an excused absence. It's the holidays. But no, he is here from Carlton State Farm Insurance. James, how are you?
Well, good morning, everyone. Is this what Tim watches? It's a live stream of a forest with just some quiet, like zen-like music in the background. This is how Tim remains calm all day.
It must be. Right. It must be. Are you remaining calm with this Braggin Rights game tonight? To give Mizzou any shot?
The expectations are low. The main thing is, are they going to win the cheerleading standoff? I mean, that's always the highlight.
That is big. Yeah.
Just hold them in the air. That one.
Mizzou does well in that space, so I'm excited.
In that space.
Yes. They thrive there.
I'm not trying to be provocative, but you're the perfect person to ask this question. And I actually was just thinking of this during the break. Was Mizzou always a basketball school? Like Kentucky's basketball school. You go through all these, Bama football, whatever. Is Mizzou now a football school?
Yeah.
And for decades, it was a basketball school.
So I lived in St. Louis until 97. And then, I loved Mizzou basketball. Then I happened to move to Wichita, where obviously they're all KU fans. And that rivalry just was at its peak with Roy Williams and then, Norm and Quinn. And so then I moved to Texas. And then from Texas, I wanted to be in sports broadcasting, right, guys? I mean, that's the field you want your children always to pursue.
Well, you made the perfect choice.
So I went to Mizzou not knowing one single person, but their basketball team was preseason number 3 in 2003. Ricky Paulding, Arthur Johnson, Trayvon Bryant didn't even make the tournament. In fact, they didn't make the tournament my entire tenure at Mizzou.
Oh, really? My.
But, I got to see Brad Smith. I got to see Chase Daniels. So football kind of, took off. And that's really where my love of college football came from. It started at Nebraska game in 2003 when Brad Smith was just running all over the place. I think it was the first time they had beaten the Cornhuskers in like 27 years. One of you guys had to be covering that.
Probably, but doesn't mean I remember it.
It was raining. We all stormed the field. It was epic. It was great.
2003, right?
Yes.
When they finally beat Nebraska. So you were there for Quinn, but it was when things were sort of cooling off.
Yes, exactly.
Mizzou's had a couple really good years here and there, but they have never really found a coach that could replace Norm Stewart's consistency.
That's fair.
To be a huge winner every year, contending for a conference championship almost every year.
Mike Anderson had a couple years in a row there where, they played a unique style of basketball, and it was exciting. It didn't always work, but, what they did at Memphis, what was that, 08, 09-ish? And the Sweet Six just drummed Memphis and John Calipari.
Went to the Elite 8 in 2009?
That's what it was then, 2009. So, there were moments when Mike Anderson's system was working. It just gave teams fits. And I was really bummed to see him leave. And obviously, he didn't have a ton of success at Arkansas. And then I think he went to St. John's, right, Jackson? I'm not sure where he's at. Where's Mike Anderson at?
I think he was assistant at Texas as of last year.
Was anybody else?
Or that might have been Frank Haith.
Was anybody else thinking about Tim when Miami beat Texas A&M?
Was anybody else thinking about Tim?
I was not. That was a major win.
I texted him. I'm like, wow, because that was, in my opinion, the most exciting 13-point game. It was nothing. Almost the entire first half, right? Missed field goal after missed field goal, but there was offense in the game. There was hard hitting. I enjoyed the game for a 13-10 game or 13-6, whatever it ended up being.
Michael Irvin enjoyed it too.
God, did he ever?
Going nuts?
I love that.
Smooched Mario Cristobal right in the cheek.
Yes, he did. Really? Yeah. His interview was hijacked by a lot of people, I feel like, on the field.
That's Michael Irvin's move. That was my picture for years on my avatar of Michael Irvin kissing me on the cheek. And occasionally I would do an interview, and it was Rick Riley, the old SI columnist. We were doing one of those circuits. He wrote a book or something. And before they started, hey, you have 9 minutes with Mr. Riley. He said, hey, can I ask you something? I looked you up. Why is Michael Irvin kissing you on the cheek? I said, it was at a Marshall Faulk event. We'd all had some drinks.
That's a pretty fun prompt, though. Like, who's the best NFL player that's ever kissed you on the cheek?
Well, Doug danced with Walter Payton.
But there was no kissing.
But there was no...
My movie and dinner first.
Yeah, but yours was more tender, I would say.
But there was nothing tender about it.
That has to be the most unique story you've ever told. Why did he pull you onto the dance floor again?
He wanted to dance.
I was getting ready to interview him. And he put the mic down and instead took my hand, and off we went dancing, ballroom dancing.
And you've been a Bears fan ever since.
Holiday Inn.
I think you should start a new series where you interview people in like an intimate slow dance setting.
They're mic'd up.
KG, how was the Adventures in Oxford?
Hotty toddy, baby.
I love that scene.
It's a lot of fun down there. I was talking to a buddy last night. I don't often look back and want to like change things about my life, and I don't necessarily want to here. But I thought, man, that would have been a fun place to go spend 4 years.
Yeah, certainly on game days.
I've heard it said that Ole Miss is a place where you go and nobody graduates. Because they have so much fun. The partying is so wild and out of control.
Licks broke the mold on that one. He's an Ole Miss. He's a proud Ole Miss grad.
And graduate. Oh,
Ole Miss, Ole Money.
He's the one.
Wow. Of the remaining 8, I believe we had Doug Vaughn do this earlier. Your champion is going to be, and Doug, you said Bama, I believe.
I think Bama's going to shock the world.
I said Georgia. Paper says Indiana's going to spank Bama in the Rose Bowl.
But I have Georgia because I have a Georgia ticket.
I do
you
too.
You have a ticket. Oh, so you have a ticket as well.
The freebie, you know.
Most unlikely would be Ole Miss, correct? Then Miami, of the group that's left.
Alabama got destroyed by Georgia just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I think Alabama going up against Indiana. I think the Hoosiers roll that one, but we'll see.
I'm a little nervous with Alabama having a non-existent running game. I mean, it's really odd for Alabama with all of the running backs they put into the pros over the last 15 years. I mean, they just do not run the ball. They don't even try.
Well, they'll probably buy one by Tuesday.
Yeah.
They've got time to add.
It is a great storyline. You have
who's in the portal.
You have Bama, the blue blood of all blue bloods, against the losingest program in college football history, who's the #1 team currently in the Rose Bowl. I love the storyline. 7 points on that one, Doug, that Bama's getting. So you like Bama, you're getting a lot of points on that.
As much as the opening weekend was kind of a letdown, we knew it going in with the Tulanes, James Madison in there. Now you have New Year's Eve, Ohio State, Miami, and then New Year's Day, Orange Bowl, Texas Tech, Oregon, Rose Bowl, Indiana, Bama, Sugar Bowl, Ole Miss, Georgia. Now, the NFL took over this past weekend. Like, okay, fine, we'll just kind of do our thing. But now, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, that is when college football can cook.
I can't wait. That is, what a slate. And I would imagine the most expensive ticket's going to be that Sugar Bowl just because of the geographic locations of both those schools. I mean, I imagine that ticket's going to be way off the charts. Although the Rose Bowl, like Jackson says, to go watch that sunset.
Well, if you're an Indiana fan, this is when you borrow, whatever you got to do.
100%. They're kind of in the same boat as Mizzou.
And even if they keep running and get to a championship, it's the Rose Bowl. You're Indiana. You're facing that brand. Alabama, you got to go to that game.
There's an early line for them. We go check right now.
But I wouldn't pay extra for the sunset.
Actually, ticket prices for the Rose, the Sugar are fairly comparable.
Is that right?
Orange Bowl's a little cheaper. But yeah, you could get in and sit up in the nosebleeds right now for under $300.
I think KG's eyeballing that.
I honestly
road trip.
I've been looking at the making the Sugar Bowl trek just because flights are so expensive right now and it's last second.
That's drivable.
But I would really love to go out to Pasadena. It's not going to happen, but I would love to make that happen.
The show's off, KG. This could be a really lengthy road trip. And there's a lot of serial killer opportunities along the way. I mean, because it's a long drive, a lot of stops.
To encounter one, or for me to
Well, I mean, if you wanted to be one, this is an opportunity. That's
You're encouraging him to.
Well, no, I'm not encouraging it. But people have accused him in the past, and I'm saying
they have.
Maybe you weren't here when those were.
I got some early lines here.
On serial killers?
KG committing crimes. I have Miami Miami, Ohio State. That's the December 31st game, New Year's Eve game. Ohio State, a 9.5-point favorite over Miami. Oregon is a 1.5-point favorite over Texas Tech. Indiana, 6.5-point favorite over Alabama. And Georgia, also a 6.5-point favorite over Ole Miss.
There it is. From papers.
That was a physical game Miami played.
Yeah, they sure did.
But they have a lot of time off. We'll see if they can recover. But my God, were there some hard hits in that game.
Yeah. Malachi Tony's so good.
So KG, I mean, is it comparable environments in Columbus last year, Oxford this year? I mean, obviously a smaller stadium, but do you have a preference on which one?
Well, last year I got into Columbus right before the game started, so I really didn't get a chance to take in the environment.
It was really cold that day too.
It was freezing.
That's when Tennessee warmed up with all their shirts off and then got beat by 100.
Yeah, but I spent the night in Memphis on Friday. Got up early and spent the whole day in Oxford, and with the weather and just the Southern hospitality, I had a more enjoyable experience this year. But
yeah,
what sort of hospitality did you get?
I personally didn't get any. I mean, if I was,
you observed.
Yeah. If I was a drinking man, I'm sure somebody would have offered me something. They seem very hospitable on the Grove. But I did a lot of people watching. I like to take it all in.
I think you're more interested in the atmosphere than the game, right? Kind of the setting.
No, I would disagree. I'm the opposite.
Wow, I thought
take that, Martin.
Wow, I guess you're kind of an expert on you, so I can't really speak for you.
I
read that wrong.
We've worked together for a little over a year now. If you
I'm
ever
new
take
here.
a chance to get to know me a little bit.
I
Brings us back to you the whole show.
I read that wrong because I thought he was all about the setting, the atmosphere, based on how it's described.
No, I like them both, but you know what? Actually, you may be right.
Now you're arguing with yourself again.
Because I was sitting there and I was so jealous of the Ole Miss people that they were getting to take all that in. I was happy for them after the year they've had with going through all the stuff with Lane. But if that ever comes to Columbia, we are in for a treat because that environment is. Yeah, I've gone to World Series, Stanley Cup games. That environment in the air is just something else.
And Mizzou goes to Ole Miss next year. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right. So here we go. There it is. We'll do the show from the Grove next on that Friday.
It's a very unique tailgating spot. The hospitality I experienced when I was down there is they were roasting a full pig, and they let me turn it. So, I mean, that's the kind of hospitality.
And you're more of a fan of the game than the atmosphere, if I'm reading you correctly, Carlton.
Oh, I don't know. If I'm going,
no, I got that one on, too.
If I'm traveling to one of these SEC stadiums, I mean, you're going for it to soak in the atmosphere. And I would say the most unique one from a negative standpoint, if that's the right term, would be LSU. That was a little bit more hostile than Oxford. They're a little bit more laid back there. In LSU, that Death Valley at night is quite the intimidating environment as a visitor.
How does Mizzou's atmosphere compare with some of these other big schools?
Yeah, I mean, obviously smaller stadium. I feel like that Alabama game was the best atmosphere I'd seen in Columbia as long as I can remember. I've been in the same spot there in the stadium since at least 2012, and there were some dark days in between there. But yeah, and with that stadium being enclosed, I really do think that's going to have an impact on the sound at the noise level.
When Missouri recovered that fumble to start the second half for Alabama, that was about as loud as I've heard Furrow in a long, long time.
Yeah,
so I mean, it's rocking.
I think Mizzou's going the right direction. I don't think you need to expand stadium capacity. You probably need to shrink it. I think fewer and fewer people are going to go to the games, particularly after their increase in ticket prices this past week. But I think it's going to be a perfect environment, and they have a pretty good setup from a tailgating perspective. Doug, you've been down there so many times.
Yeah.
I mean, plenty of space. I mean, I think it's on par with most schools. There's some unique ones, and LSU is certainly right up there. Oxford, again, one of the others.
And season tickets went up about $1,000.
Well, it was the donation requirement that went up so significantly. Like if you actually break down the ticket price, not that big of an increase. I think it's less than 10%. But the donation amount required to get your ticket, that went up pretty considerably. I haven't paid it, nor have I really done the percentages.
On your seat, right? I mean,
probably mine aren't great. I'm in the meat and potatoes section.
Meat and potatoes. That's James Carlton, Carlton Insurance, CarltonInsurance.net. Rates have been low of late. Coach is here with us on Monday. You get a couple of weeks off, though. We'll see you 2 weeks from today.
That's right. Well, you guys enjoy your holidays and cheers, and here's to 2026.
You as well, James.
See you as well.
Cheers to you, brother. Our guy. He's always fun, always festive. That's James Carlton, CarltonInsurance.net.
You want to go to break?
Oh, I thought we were going to break.
I thought that was going to be
This is TMA. You're listening to a program on the 101 dial.
If you haven't seen the jewelry department at Decor Interiors and Jewelry, you're missing out on the most magnificent selections of diamond jewelry that St. Louis has ever seen. When Joe Fredlick and his buyers go to market, they look for the most unique pieces at affordable prices. I went out to Decor Jewelry at Olive and 141, got a chance to talk with Joe and his staff. They have worked together for years. They are really fun and friendly people, and you will be comfortable when you go into Decor Jewelry. Online at decor-jewelry.com. decor.com, or go in and see them at Olive and 141. And if you're looking to get engaged, they have an entire room filled with beautiful engagement rings. It's decor-jewelry.com, or you can visit them in person at Olive and 141. Decor, always unique, always affordable.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Chicago Bulls get a win last night over the Atlanta Hawks, 152-150. High-scoring game. Josh Giddey, a.k.a. the Slob Wizard, with 19 points, 9 rebounds, and 12 assists. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
10 o'clock hour here on TMA, the morning after. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kerr with you. Tim's out the rest of this week. We've got the best of coming your way starting next week. Saw the news last week. My guy, Pierre Desir, former NFL cornerback, pride of Lindenwood, Howell Central. I got to get it right. Howell Central. Yeah. Now the head coach at Lutheran High School. Pierre, in studio with us. Pierre, how are you, my man?
I'm doing great. Appreciate you having me.
Making the plunge, head coach, right? Tell us about the move.
Yeah, man, I think it was about time. I've been, mentoring and, with my travel team, coaching the youth. So I thought it was just about time to get into the high school coaching position.
How has that been for you? Enjoying that? It's a lot of work, probably.
Yeah, it is a lot of work. I mean, I think, thankfully, the community has embraced me, and they reached out, and everyone's excited. So I'm just, excited to get to that next step going and getting to meet the guys, meet the players, and getting things rolling.
You work with a lot of the younger players, and so now we're starting to see it at the NFL level. You flip on the game. Oh, hey, there's Jamison Williams. Hey, there's Kyron Williams. Hey, there's Burden. There's all over the place. Has something happened, do you think, in the last 10 years or so where, it just seems like more St. Louis kids are making it to the league?
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many great athletes in St. Louis, and I think it's just great to see, there's more representation of athletes from St. Louis and playing in the NFL. But I think it's more to come. I think it's just this is just a start.
What's the biggest fear you have going? Is it the parent involvement? We always hear we always hear stories. Yeah. My son's not playing enough, or what were you thinking on that play call? Or even Jeremy Macklin played at a high level. I'm sure gets some of that over at Kirkwood.
Yeah, I think for me, as long as I keep that communication open with the parents and understand the reason why I'm doing certain things, that you're going to get the certain parents like, hey, my kid should play or whatever. But I think I build that trust with the parents, and they'll trust me with the call or making sure that I put their kid in the best position to be successful. So communication and trust is going to be very important to get the parents on my side when I make a questionable call.
And we've told your story over the years, but you go from Lindenwood to the NFL. That's not all that common. Before that, you were playing at Washburn, who were they were the Ichabods, I believe. Is that the Ichabod? Yeah. The only Ichabods, got to be. You got a great story to tell kids, though, in terms of pursuing their dream. Not that they're going to make it to the NFL and get some big contracts, but maybe just whatever that dream is, you're a great example of, hey, man, you can do it.
Absolutely. I think just my story itself, I'm able to resonate with so many of the youth and just diversity that they may experience going through high school into college. And so I'll try to share my experience with them as much as possible in my stories and how I can help them achieve their dream, whether it's, playing college ball or going to that next level. I'm here to help them and try to get them to that next level that they want to achieve.
And your story started when you were born in Haiti.
Yes, sir.
And at age 4, you moved here. How did your parents wind up in St. Louis?
Yeah, I mean, we were with this missionary group, and it was about 20 to 30 families, and they helped us get over, everyone settled, get jobs, get housing, and they really just poured into the families in Haiti to try to get them, a fresh life. Because back in the 90s, there was a lot of issues, government, and a lot of violence. So the missionary group helped, and they were St. Louis based, and they helped us and a lot of other families, and we're just very grateful for that opportunity.
Your parents must have thrived here.
Yeah. I mean, they got myself and my siblings, 5 of us, through college. Coming from Haiti to St. Louis, not speaking any English, and just working very hard and getting us through the early childhoods of trying to get bought into the culture. And I think they did a great job. And, I think I'm a testament of all their hard work.
Do we have a community now? Is there a Haitian community? Is it probably really small? Right?
Yeah.
Tight knit.
Yeah, it's kind of diverse now. Everybody's kind of a little bit older, but there's still a good group of people that I know from growing up and still in St. Louis. But everyone's kind of spread out. College got a little bit older and kids now. But we're just everybody's grateful for that opportunity.
Did you ever go back to Haiti or have any desire to?
I have desire to go back, but just the climate that it is currently, it's kind of tough to go. And I reach out to my family to let them know that I'm here for them, whatever resources we could provide. But whenever they tell us it's safe to go, we'll be able to go. But in the meantime, just helping with whatever we can.
A lot of political upheaval for a while. I would say that's fair. Whether it's safe to travel. You last played in the league in 2021, started in 2014. I'm wondering along the way, did somebody tell you, hey, you could probably get to the NFL? Did anyone ever? I was talking to Jim Hart, was a great football Cardinals quarterback. He had a 20-year NFL career, but he said when he was getting out of Carbondale, in the 60s, he was going to go to the Air Force. And one of his coaches said, no, you could play. And he goes, oh, come on, not me. and this one coach said, no, you really need to try. He went into training camp with the Big Red. He was 6th on the depth chart and somehow made it, ended up playing for nearly 20 years. So I'm just wondering, did somebody along the way say, I think you could play in the league?
I think it was a combination of a lot of people. I would say my family, some of my good friends, some of my good friends, John Clark, Ezekiel Rivera, Andy Sappho. Then I had teachers and coaches, Coach Burke, Tom Whalen. I had different, people in the support system that said I could do it. And, we created a pathway, like if I go D1, D2, whatever it may be. And I continued that conversation with them, and we just continued throughout my college career. And I was like, hey, I'm kind of, after my freshman year, I'm kind of good. Maybe this could be something that I could do. And they helped me stay focused. And, I just thank for that support system to get me through those times to be able to, try out and get ready to go to that next level in the NFL.
When you're a first-team All-American, even in Division II, must give you confidence that you can play with just about anybody.
Absolutely. Well, I came in there as an athlete, and I made that transition to being a receiver. So this is a shout-out to all the receivers out there. I try to play DB. There's not that many of us. But I switched over to DB because there was, 20 receivers and probably 6 DBs. So I switched over, and I was getting cooked. I was getting cooked. I didn't know what was going on. But, I told the coaches this is what I wanted to do, and they helped me out, and we just kept working, and I was able to be successful at Washburn and make that transition to Lindenwood as well.
Still a pretty big jump from Lindenwood to the NFL.
Oh, yes.
How much better were the athletes in the NFL than what you saw in Division II?
You know what? I played against some good guys that played in the league. I played against John Brown. He was at Pitt State. And so, really the difference is they had more depth. And for me is I had to be a student of the game to understand that I wasn't always going against that type of speed every time. So I had to understand the game a little bit better, splits, if he's on the line, off the line, the way that he comes off the ball. Like, I had to really understand that game. So when I went into the Senior Bowl in the East-West Shrine game, I was very prepared. And the only difference between me and them was the sticker on the helmet. With both athletes, I'm 6'2", you're, whatever height they were. But I just had to be a student of the game to be prepared.
Did you have a moment in the NFL earlier in your career where you thought, hey, I can do this? I'm as good as these guys.
Yeah, it was my first time playing. It was my rookie year versus the Panthers, and they had Kelvin Benjamin, and I had a pretty good game, and just being there, and Cam Newton's running, and he slid tackle, and I'm like, dude, you're like 6'6", you're way bigger than me. Why are you sliding? But it's just that experience, and then just playing in that game, and I was like, yeah, this is something I could do.
Pierre Desir, our guest here in studio. We're going to take a break. Don't forget the Design Air email of the day coming up, end of the show. Design Air, longest-running sponsor here on TMA. Huge promotion coming up in January where they're giving away an HVAC unit to our listener, our emailer, I should say, of the month. You can get in The email is themorningafter@InsideSTL.com. Design Air, more than a century now, taking care of families here in St. Louis. I know because we just got the new furnace installed by the folks at Design Air. Just great process from start to finish where they come out, explain to you how it's not just about the heating and cooling, it's also the quality of air in your home, and then the installation, everything done smoothly. And after it's done, explaining to you the computer, the interface, it's got a lot more technology than it used to, but they walk you through it every step of the way. A great team. That's what Design Air is all about. Seth Goldcamp and his employees, you can tell those folks like working there, and there's a difference when you're working with happy employees. Great team. From start to finish, it's designairservice.com for your heating and cooling needs year-round. It's TMA, brought to you by Brown & Crouppen. It's really a year-round thing, but you can especially see it right now at the Village Bar. People getting together, hanging out with friends and family for the holidays. The games are always on. Blues game tonight. Stop by, hang out, get the cheeseburger, the fries, everything on them, and the wings, even the salad. Love the salads at Village Bar. Everybody says I'm lying, but it's true. Village Bar has been in Des Peres forever, and along the way, that barn out back became home to 1879 Distilling. You can see their story online at 1879distilling.com. Tasting room has been open in December on Saturdays from noon to 5. That's a great little secret there. Just to the east end of the Village Bar is the tasting room. 1879 Distilling, making these small batch premium liquors like Red Barn Vodka. 1879 Rye. There is a difference. Ask for it next time you're up at the Village Bar. And then get a tour on those Saturdays when the tasting room is open. It's all about quality, a little bit of nostalgia, too, with the St. Louis distilling history. Find out more online and stop by. Ask for it by name. It's 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri. Never know who's listening. Our guest, Pierre Desir, former NFL cornerback, who is now the head coach at Lutheran, head football coach, Lutheran High School. Guys, I went to high school with Pierre. I remember him dunking basketballs at a pep rally. This guy could hoop rock as well from the 6'3". Does that sound familiar, Pierre?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
really? Throwing it down?
Yeah, man.
Did you play basketball in high school?
I did. I stopped my senior year. I mean, I think Sissel, I'm not sure he's there anymore, but yeah, my tryout was I just came in there, I dunked the ball, and then I walked out. That was my tryout.
That was a tryout?
That was it. Because we was in playoffs and for football, and I was like, I still want to try out, and I just came in there. I was like, hey, I'm just gonna do this, and I'm gonna go lift some weights real quick.
Wow,
so, yeah.
Is that like a mic drop?
You're on?
I think I made it.
Made the club.
Yeah, I made the cut. He said, hey, you're good to go. So just walked out after that.
Because sometimes a football coach will tell you you're not playing basketball,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I was like, I don't know what sport I want to do yet, and I want to be able to do as much as I can. And once I get to that point where I'm like, all right, I got to make a decision. And so going into my senior year, I just decided to just focus on football.
I don't think that's fair at a high school level for a coach to tell you you can't play a sport.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair. I think they don't know, especially there's these kids growing up now. They play multiple sports and then multiple activities. Just, there's the decision that needs to be made at some point, but I think that's up to the athlete, not the coach.
Feels like athletes are being kind of like told at a younger age to focus on one sport.
Yeah.
Do you find that a lot?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I found that with training, but I played soccer, basketball. I did a stint with volleyball. Track. I did everything that I could.
It's more fun that way.
Yeah, it's more fun, and you don't know. Like we have kids that probably, when they're linemen, they have that stripe on their head, and they're told you're only going to be a lineman, and they grow up and they slim down, and they never got the opportunity to play something else. So I don't think it's fair to just be like, you need to focus on this or this or this. I think just try it all out and see which you like.
That's how kids get burnt out. I feel
absolutely.
Like, you play basketball or baseball 365 days a year, and you're like, I wouldn't mind, playing wide receiver a little bit.
Right.
How do you balance when you're coaching kids to try to keep the dream alive for them that, yeah, you got a shot at Division I, you might be an NFL player, and at the same time being realistic to say, well, you can play, keep the dream alive, but you got to be doing something else too? I
mean, it all goes with trust. I'm always honest with my athletes, and I like to let them know where they're at and show them where they could go by giving them numbers or by giving them different things that they can look at. And I still want to make it fun. One of the things that I see is that kids sometimes don't want to do it, or they're doing it for their parents, and try to still make it fun. But I just want them to know I'm on your side. And if you want to go to D1, D2, this is what it looks like. This is what the work that you need to put in is going to look like. And I try to just guide them into that direction.
From the 3 and 4, way to rep the FHC Spartans, Pierre. He also said Castle is gone, or Sissel. Sissel is gone. Shout out to Lutheran High, bring us back to the promised land from the 636. Arlen Harris, another former NFL player, was the coach there and had some success, won a state title, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
In dramatic fashion, I believe.
Yeah.
They went for like 2 at the end of the game, something crazy like that. Guys, good interview, great story of Pierre. Thanks, from the 618. And then somebody else wants to know, how is his French? Do you speak French?
I speak Creole, un parle un petit Creole, but it's okay. I speak enough to know when someone's talking about me and when someone's talking good or bad. So, I try to keep it going. But when I was 4, I was helping my parents learn English. But we still do it. Mainly me and my mom. So we keep it between us. But I still speak some French, some Creole.
You probably picked up English pretty quick when you were 4.
Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah.
Very quickly. But it was still, there's still some things that confuse me a little bit, like there, and there, and stuff like that,
It seems like you've pretty much got it down packed.
I got it down packed. I got it down packed now. But in the beginning, I was like, man, it's so confusing.
Your Colts are on Monday Night Football tonight. Indianapolis hosting the 49ers. That was your lengthiest run.
Mike Tyson has joined us.
Yeah, what happened there? But you had a good run in Indianapolis with the Colts.
Yeah.
Do you still have friends up there? Do you follow the Colts?
Absolutely. Kenny Moore, Zaire. I try to follow a lot of them. Even friends that went from the Colts and went on to other places. I'm still rooting for them, and I'm praying for a healthy and season for them, that they could go into the playoffs and be successful.
I see you're still only 35, right? You think you could still get it done?
I can still get it done. I tell my kids that all the time. You know, I still use it. I'm out in the treadmill running. I'm out there, you know, going against them. So, I mean, hey, only playoffs, though. I'm trying to do what Philip does. Just come in playoff time.
Yeah, it's more fun that way.
Get a couple weeks in, and then, you know, call it a day.
When you were with the Colts, was that still Luck? Was he? I'm trying to think when he stepped away.
Yeah, that was Luck. You know, that time where you know, that whole controversy on the sideline. That was during preseason, and we had Jacoby still, and then Luck announced that he retired after the year where we were in the playoffs. So I played with Luck for a couple years.
Well, it's a pretty crazy run for a franchise to go from Peyton Manning to Andrew Luck. You know, you can tell the franchises that are good.
Yeah, like Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers.
Right, like 30 years of two quarterbacks. And that's kind of, you can tell in the NFL, if you got the coach and you got the quarterback.
Absolutely.
How about favorite moment in the league? A couple of big ones. I love the story Cam Newton sliding on you, and you're like, really, dude? You're 6'6". Are there a couple of favorite moments for you that stood out? First pick, anything along those lines?
Yeah, I would say, my first interception against the Pittsburgh Steelers, Big Ben. He threw just a fly route, and we knew he was going to do it anyway. So I kind of already opened up and just ran to the ball. And then, you know, going to the playoffs, I think just being able to, you know, go through the season and win in a playoff game, you know, wild card game against the Texans, and then just the moments in the locker room. So I you know, there's kind of a bag of stuff that I remember.
He had one career defensive touchdown. Was that a 99-yard interception return?
No, it wasn't. It was when I was on I think it was it like 30-something yards, maybe, like that. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
You know, to the house.
You keep the ball?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Makes a nice trophy, I'm sure.
Yeah, you know, sometimes if the organization likes you, they make it nice and put your name on the football and, you know, decorate it for you.
And they did that for you.
They did, thankfully.
Teams are good about that. Those equipment guys are the best.
Yes.
Listening to stories like this, very inspiring, especially for the young kids. I've got my newly turned 11-year-old son tuning in, listening to every word that Pierre has been saying, which is usually we say, don't let the kids listen to this show. However, in this case, that is the correct answer. Pierre Desir, the new head coach at Lutheran High School, NFL alum. Always great to see you, my man. Thanks for stopping by.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for
our
being
guy,
here.
Pierre Desir. You know what I say, Doug? Friends of the ours is the show. What?
Ours is the type of presentation where friends feel they can drop in at any time.
And they can. Kind of like Mike Francesa. Just stop by.
Sure.
And see Big Mike. All right. It's TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Psychiatric Care and Research Center has an opportunity for TMA listeners to make some money. It's Dr. John Canale, who has been in practice for 40-plus years and has been conducting clinical research trials for 20-plus years. And he, at PCRC, is seeking volunteers ages 18 and older for upcoming clinical research trials. The current studies include anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Compensation will be provided for your time and your travel. But if you're in the St. Louis area, you don't have far to go. The office is in O'Fallon, Missouri. If you are interested in participating in Psychiatric Care and Research Center's clinical trials with Dr. John Canale, please check out pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com.
Covered a lot of ground today, Doug, because the Cardinals made a trade. Wilson Contreras to the Red Sox. That went down Sunday night. 3 players in return. I think we've broken down. We've given our updated prospect rankings on this show. We think this Fajardo guy is a keeper. Blues, Lightning tonight, 5 o'clock pregame on 101. They're coming off the big win over the Florida Panthers over the weekend. We talked to Chris Kerber. Mizzou, Illinois, Braggin Rights on this Monday night. We talked to Gabe DeArmond about that. A lot of college football playoff talk, a little NFL mixed in there. What did we not do, Papers? Well, we didn't do the email of the day, which will be at the end of the program.
Next segment. We also haven't talked yet about Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental.
Oh,
but luckily, Tim is not here physically, but he is here to tell us about 100 West Dental.
100 West Dental and Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team have been a wonderful sponsor of TMA, and they saved the day for me with a toothache that was driving me up the wall. Can't recommend 100westdental.com enough. Online at 100westdental.com or by calling 636-585-0100. But no phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. It's 100westdental.com. Located on Manchester in Baldwin. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental. Give them my name, and you're going to get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. 100 West Dental on Manchester in Baldwin and online at 100westdental.com.
Tim checking in with us. He's out Monday through Wednesday. We are here, though, for the next couple of days where, if you want to stop by, Doug, and just bring gifts, that's fine. Just whatever you think.
That would be nice. Yeah,
Sure.
if we were to exit the studio, there'd be just a mountain of presents there for us.
Right.
I don't think it's too much to ask
Like
either.
some pretzels. You want some pretzels
I would
this
like
holiday
pretzels.
season?
Yes.
I would do a little text audit. Sometimes I miss texts throughout the day. There's so many that come in. The Warson Woods Wacko said that the Rose Bowl is a dump. I had not heard that. Maybe the actual facility.
It's pretty old.
Yeah, so like the bathroom or the concourse, but still the setting.
Right, and the weather in Pasadena in late December, early January, pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
Although it's pretty great around
It's
here.
pretty nice here when it's 70 degrees on Christmas.
That's crazy.
Guys, as far as the Pierre Desir segment, great segment. We need the present and past professional athletes on the radio inspiring our youth, and there are many in our area. I think this show does its best to inspire the youth, Doug, not to get into this industry. But then there's the other part of it. Yeah, guys who have accomplished a lot should come by and tell their story.
There's enough people, enough athletes from St. Louis who have made it all the way to the top that it gives everybody hope that there's a chance.
Even our guy, Isaiah Williams, who was a quarterback in Illinois, became a receiver, and now he's a return specialist for the New York Jets. Yeah. And then our guy, Ryan Kalkbrenner, is playing well in the NBA.
And Ledoux's got one of the best punters in the NFL.
Jack Fox, shout out to him.
Shout out Ledoux.
Yeah, and then there's us.
Yeah, we didn't quite make it, did we?
The ones left behind.
Well, that was coaching. That wasn't us. That was
right.
The coaches.
Politics and all that.
And
Right.
play.
Right.
Yeah, so that
right.
really hurt
Certainly
us.
not a lack of talent.
BK Ferrari coming up top of the hour. Between now and then, we got a little business to take care of. We'll do that next. It's the Design Air email of the day.
TMA is brought to you by Stifel. Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do exactly? Pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management? Check. Banking through Stifel Bank? Yep. You own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They do their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, and that's doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success, and that's why they're partnering with TMA. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight as they take on the Tampa Bay Lightning in Tampa. Pre-game at 5, puck drop at 6, right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
What a show, Doug. A lot of people are saying it's one of the best we've ever done.
Best ever?
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me.
How about it? Then tomorrow will just be even better. You're only as good as your next show.
That's right.
That's how it works. You're only as good as your next show.
And your garage door is only as good as the next time you hit the button to open and close it. Schaefer Door Company can help you out. Tim will tell you about them.
Well, the weather gets cold at this time of year in the St. Louis area, and that can impact garage doors. And if you hear that garage door spring snap and fall to the ground, well, you know you got a problem. So you're questioning, where do I go to get it fixed? The answer is Schaefer Door, the TMA podcast sponsor, Schaefer Door. Online at SchaeferDoor.com. That's Jason Gosserow's business, longtime TMA listener, longtime TMA sponsor, and he has set up a number specifically for TMA listeners to call or text 636-782-3608. That's 636-782-3608. Online at SchaeferDoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installation. They service commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door Company. Online at SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer.
Papers, we did not do fun with audio. We'll carry that over. We'll carry it over. We'll clean the till. Is that what we'll do? We'll check the till.
Yeah.
We'll have things that are under construction. That's all tomorrow, but we also have not taken care of the email of the day, the Design Air email of the day.
All right, here we go, fellas.
Okay.
Here we go.
I got them right here in front of me.
All right, good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, fine.
All right, I got them. I like when you guys did that last week. All right, well, valiant effort today, boys. But this show was off the rails right from the theme song into you don't have to have a good host, a good show to have a good time. Oh, yeah. The Bee Gees versus Nickelback analysis was solid sports radio, though. Time for Bro Fallon's 2025 Naughty and Nice list. On the naughty list, Doug, you know why. Cardinals 2026 outlook, Mizzou going 8-4, the 70-64 interchange, and the price of everything on earth. Nice on the nice list, this is. Papers escalating his game to a new level, SLU basketball, downtown revitalization, and sometime by 2027, a 6-lane I-70 that'll immediately need more lanes. Not to take it into negative town, but Cards baseball might not be good until the 2030s. Doug, here's hoping your stocking is stuffed, baby. Braggin Rights, M-I-Z. Bro Fallon, a.k.a. Sharon and Clayton's Secret Santa.
Bro Fallon.
Naughty, nice list.
Yeah. And Doug, finally.
Finally?
We have two?
Oh, my God.
It was a two-piece,
Okay.
There's others, but Kurt has done a little cleaning up. You think there's only two?
Incorrect. Two-piece, no biscuit.
Wow.
We did not. No biscuit. But this one's long, if that makes you feel any better.
Okay.
Well, is Buck Swope?
No.
Okay.
TMA all day, brother. It was 2021. AM radio was still technically alive, but hanging on by a thread. The airwaves were filled with sinkhole updates and grown men earnestly debating whether rain felt quote, heavier than it used to. Guests were scarce. Content was thin. You could smell the quiet panic. And then, like a lighthouse built entirely out of bad judgment, there was Ken Iggy Strode. Sensing opportunity, Iggy struck gold by befriending a 17-year-old Instagram star named SGO Kai. Kai's claim to fame was flipping Xbox controllers and comic books on Marketplace to fund a nightlife budget after his dad cut him off. A hustler, a visionary. Someone with a brand new elderly friend living in America's armpit. Naturally, all this crescendoed with Iggy dropping one of his Kai's Instagram lives like an old guy at a trampoline park to ask Kai and one of his female friends wanted to be guests on TMA. Two Miami teens waking up at 7 a.m. to talk to four old white guys whose idea of a provocative is putting hot mustard on boiled veggies. How could they say no? Thus, we are introduced to Juju Baby, or Juju ... period in the middle like the dot. The kids were still clearly coming off an all-night Roblox bender, but Iggy needed to prove he still had it, and boy, did he ever. He was back. What followed was a 2021 Murderer's Row of AM guests. ASMR Taylor, a neighbor he once knew, an amateur female bowler that was 6'2", and gifted him drilled storm balls. Potter Varley, Lady Gaga's makeup artist, and a man who slept with Gail Volva a few years back. An era, a run, the good old days. That comes from Marv.
Marv.
That's what we got, Doug, for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Well, it's almost a tie for first, but I got to vote for somebody, so I'll vote for Bro Fallon.
Martin?
And Marv put a lot of work in, but I found myself very confused, maybe even a little bit lost. I feel like you really liked Marv. And I think I'm going to go Bro Fallon.
No.
Naughty and nice.
I'll go Bro Fallon as well, so that's going to get Bro Fallon.
Marv, great work by everybody.
Yeah, great work on the floor. It's going to do it for us today,
On the
Martin.
floor. All right, buddy, we'll do it again tomorrow.
Yep.
BK and Ferrari are next.